The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Singleton.
Morning, Commissioners. Subject to any housekeeping matters that anybody else wishes to raise, this morning's session will be devoted to a panel to discuss issues of transition. There are 4 panellists, 3 of whom are already here from yesterday and not yet released from their summonses. I understand the practice is not to re-swear or affirm them, but one of them is new. Already present in the hearing room are Air Commodore Karen Coy, Major General Wade Stothard and Major General Natasha Fox, in that order, starting closer to you and moving away. And on the screen, appearing remotely, is Ms Justine Craig. If there are no other matters, I would ask for Air Commodore Coy to be sworn in.
Thank you.
Air Commodore Coy, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Might the tender bundle list for this morning's session be displayed? While that's being done, I'll just get the... Oh, it's already done. Commissioners, you will see on the screen the first page of the tender bundle list with 10 items on it. I'll just ask, you'll see that some items have previously been tendered, but we've included them on the list because they will be mentioned today. If I'll ask the operator to go to the next page, Your Honours will see, Commissioners, you will see that the main list continues to an 18th item, and then there is a supplementary tender list. And if the operator continues, there's 5 more documents. In respect of the NTG documents, these are the responses to notices to give information. There are some claims. There's been a little bit of fluidity in this, so I may stand to be corrected if necessary by the Commonwealth. But what I do is this. I tender all of the documents on this list that have not yet been tendered. Insofar as there are claims of immunity or other claims for redaction made by the Commonwealth, I only tender the redacted versions publicly, and I defer the tender of the unredacted versions pending the rulings on any particular claim.
Mr. Fordham, did you have any issues?
Only in relation to document 12 on the Defence Panel 3 tender list, which is an Australian government response to a parliamentary committee, if I can put it that way, and a report. It's the same objection that was taken in the last hearing block to document 13, which is yet to be resolved, but I did circulate some submissions in relation to that this morning. It's essentially a 16.3 objection insofar as it relates to the tender of the recommendations from the committee report. We have absolutely no issue with the response part of the document, but where it quotes the recommendation, we object.
So we can accept all of these documents. They'll be allocated the next consecutive number, but in terms of number 12, it's tendered as a confidential document for the time being until those matters are resolved.
I'd save that it can't be tendered if 16.3 applies to the Parliamentary Privileges Act.
Now, I may be out of date as to whether the Commission has ruled on this. Let me at least put the position of counsel assisting.
Well,
This-
we haven't been asked to rule on the previous
Yes.
submission because, as I understood it, counsel for the Royal Commission had a view that the submission by the Commonwealth was correct. Was that the view, or?
Commissioner, the matter is still
being
under
discussed.
consideration. We haven't put our submissions to you.
Right.
I think I
Sorry.
can say I've just received a submission from my friend Mr Fordham putting the Commonwealth's position on
Right,
the
you haven't heard from
applicability.
Parliament yet.
And we haven't approached Parliament, we haven't asked
I see.
Parliament for its view. So the matter is under consideration and we do intend to put a submission to you, Commissioners,
Right.
as soon as practicable, possibly at the end of this hearing block or possibly shortly after the end of this
Well,
hearing block.
what I said, I withdraw. This one, do we know whether it's been published to anybody else apart from Parliament?
It's a government response that has been published.
That has been published,
Well, I assume so because it's a government response.
but has it been published to anybody apart from the Parliament?
I'll have to take instructions. But given that it's a government response, I have an apprehension that it has been.
Our position is that it has. We do not know whether it's been published to Parliament at all, but the document that is on this list is not a copy of any such document. It is a document that's been published elsewhere and is on the internet. It is our position. This is not a parliamentary report. This is a government response to a report.
And unlike the previous one, it's not an Auditor General's document,
That's quite correct.
with the Auditor
Commissioner.
General being an officer of the Parliament.
Now, partly to save time, but partly out of a matter of proper process, I won't tender it now, defer the tender of this document, but very briefly put our position for more abundant caution. We are not claiming that this document quotes from a parliamentary report. A friend suggested that it does quote from a parliamentary report. We make no comment on that proposition. We put it only as a government document. I understand that there's no objection to discussing the substance within it, which is what will occur today in questioning, but I won't tender it now because there is an actual
All right.
objection.
Thank you. Sorry if I preempted anybody's views about this.
I'm helpfully reminded that it's actually already been tendered, but I will revisit that tender as well.
Yes, in fact,
Thank you.
it does have the exhibit number on this sheet here. Could I just invite my friend to go to, ask the operator to go to the next page? My understanding is that the Commonwealth has claims of immunity as well as some proposed redactions in respect of individuals' names on one or both of items 3 and 4. Insofar as that is the case, we are only tendering the redacted versions at this stage. And
Okay, well, subject to those restrictions, we'll accept them as exhibits and they'll be tendered,
thank you,
allocated
Commissioners.
the next consecutive numbers.
I'll proceed to introduce the witnesses and ask them some more detailed questions. Ms Greig, can I begin with you? Could you tell the Commission your full name again?
Good morning, Justine Gregg.
And I'll just get the operator to bring up document STU.002.001.0193. Ms Gregg, do you see a few details of your career, hardly a proper reflection of the whole career, but do you accept that those few details are correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Singleton.
Major General Fox, what is your full name again?
Natasha Ann Fox.
And if we can just scroll down a little bit, the details on this sheet of paper, incomplete as they are about you, nonetheless accurate.
They're accurate.
Thank you. Major General Stoddard, could I turn to you? What is your full name?
Wade Bradley Stothard.
And are you satisfied that incomplete as it is, the details here are accurate about part of your career?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. And Air Commodore Coy, what is your full name?
Karen Nina Coy. Yes, they're correct.
Thank you. Major General Fox, could I turn to you, and I'll ask the operator to bring up document DEF.1025.0002.3515. And Major General, if you could glance at that, and if the operator could go to page .3518. Major General, you'll see that at paragraph 17 you are named. So I'll ask you some questions. As you may know, subject to ministerial direction, the Secretary's in charge of the Department of Defence, but according to the Defence Act 1903, the Chief of the Defence Force has command of the ADF, and the Secretary and the CDF jointly are responsible for the administration of the ADF. Given that this is a joint directive, is the Joint Transition Authority a unit of the ADF as distinct from the department?
I would describe the Joint Transition Authority as a branch within the Department of Defence, not a unit.
Right. So it's actually a defence body. Thank you.
It is a defence body.
Major General Stothard, turning to you, could you just tell us what is transition? When does it occur? Who is involved? What is the beginning and the end?
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. We've defined transition as the journey from a primarily military-centred life to a civilian-centred life. Transition is a part of the employment life cycle from a wellbeing perspective. And obviously, there's certain stages of our life. Our service life is sort of recruitment, training, development, posting, deployments, redeployment, postings, and then transition will occur. Transition is a component of each of those sections of a lifetime of service to varying degrees. Technically, transition is a day when you may cease full-time service, and the next day you are either in reserve service or you have separated from the Defence Force. So transition is an umbrella term, two components underneath it. One is transfer from full-time service to a period of reserve service. And then the other term or status underneath transition is separation. When you may leave the Defence Force and you're not serving in the reserves, you have formally left the Defence Force.
So depending on context, it's got somewhat different meanings.
Yes, and so there's a technical and an administrative definition, which is the day, last day of full-time service, and then there's either reserve service or you have departed, left the service. And but our definition is more around the emotional journey and administrative journey you go on at that period of transition.
Taking that broader meaning, is there a reasonably well-defined sense of when that journey begins?
I think that's dependent on the circumstances of the veteran and their family. We do think that there is some people will join the ADF with a set view of how long they're going to serve, and they form a very firm view of what they are going to achieve inside the service, and then they already have plans being developed about what they're going to do post their service, and they serve for a period of time and then they transfer or separate, they transition. And others serve over the course of their journey, that they may have longer goals in mind. And then we do think about, they'll go through a pre-consideration stage. They'll start to consider transition, leaving the Defence Force in some form. And then they will formally declare that intent to transition with the submission of a form that has to go through an administrative process. And then we commence our support to them in the provision of transition services. And then that technical date of transition will occur. And then we do accept that there is a period of time afterwards where that emotional journey continues. We have accepted that there's a period of time where we need to provide some services and offering to individuals and their families in that post-transition stage. Two things, if I could. We have defined transition readiness as a component of three things. So we firstly think that if you're ready for transition, you need to complete a number of administrative tasks. You also need to be emotionally prepared for the difference between living a military-centred life and one that is largely in civilian communities. And then we also acknowledge that many veterans will have a period of reorientation and transition emotionally from that military-centred life to a civilian community-based life. And it's important that they understand what supports and assistance is still available to them as they go through that journey. So the three components of transition ready are their administrative preparation, their emotional preparation, and thirdly, their knowledge and understanding of where to go to seek support, assistance and guidance if they do need so post-transition. And lastly, if I could, sorry, Mr. Singleton, just to say that we are working on a transition outcome which is based on the overall well-being of the individuals and their families post-transition. So we assess a positive transition outcome is when an individual member and their family are well post-transition based on the factors of well-being.
Yeah, Commodore, is there anything you would need to add or subtract from that discussion?
I think the Major General has covered it.
Major General Fox, anything to add?
I would just add that where we know people have some complex medical circumstances, they're in a program where it's an extended transition, and it might be a 2-year period where they remain in defence, for example. And in that extended transition, they do access transition services. It's not just a date of a form submission where they commence accessing services.
Could I just clarify what you mean by they remain in defence?
So in terms of our military employment classification system that I explained yesterday, we do have a mechanism where people who might be injured are undertaking rehabilitation within defence, and they might be undertaking that period of time. It could be a short time or it could be up to 2 years, for example, where they're being prepared to leave defence. They're some of our more complex medical cases where it's clinically safe for them to remain in defence as they undertake that preparation.
Ms. Gregg, do you need or wish to add anything to the discussion?
No, nothing further, thank you.
Coming back to you, Major General Stothart, or whoever's best placed, what, if anything, is communicated to ADF members and recruits during recruitment, during the enlistment process and during initial training about transition, about the fact that they eventually will return, in most cases, to civilian life, and about the challenges that might arise?
I'll take that. Thank you, Mr. Singleton.
Yes, thank you, Major General Fox.
Up until the point of enlistment or appointment, there is no conversation around transitioning in that enlistment or appointment pre-period. So attracting, recruiting them, applying to join the ADF. We do not talk about transitioning in that process. We are focused on joining the military for a career in the ADF. So, and making sure that in that process people are fit to serve in the military. At the point of enlistment, our people commence training in what we would call an ab initio training construct, or it's that first training centre that they go to. In that training centre, that's where we have started to build some of the foundations that would lead to early engagement with Department of Veterans Affairs and early understanding about financial literacy, and in your career, how much money you could save to potentially set yourself up for success when you choose to leave the military. So whilst it's not in your first course where you're learning about the military and undertaking training focused on becoming or joining the profession of arms and becoming a military member, we're not actively talking about leaving the ADF at that point, but we are laying the foundations to make sure that that journey of transition later through careers, that it's easier to transition.
Is there any discussion of the potential psychological issues that can arise from transition at that early stage of the career?
Not to my knowledge.
Are there any differences in what is said to the three arms, Navy, Air Force and Army?
So the three services undertake initial training very differently because it's contextual on the employment in either the maritime, land or air domains, and they're undertaken at different geographic locations. So where the geographic location is consistent and our veteran support officers come on base from DVA and provide that education, you'll get that same approach. The same approach is in terms of the process of creating that relationship with the Department of Veterans Affairs, creating a My Service account so that you are known to DVA right from when you're joining Defence and you're creating that early foundation. That is consistent.
Perhaps I'll ask the operator to bring up the document INQ 0000001.1584. For those who don't remember all the numbers, it's the preliminary interim report from Dr. Boss. And could I ask the operator to go to page point 1886? When that comes up, you'll see that the page includes recommendation 7.7, which refers to ensuring that all ADF members transitioning out of Defence have undertaken a comprehensive compulsory transition program. There are more words to it, but it'll come up soon, I'm sure. Just to repeat the number, point 1886, although that potentially is a typo in my notes. No, here we are. Major General Stothard, putting aside for a moment the question of whether or not a training course of this kind should be compulsory, do you see merit in this proposal to have a training course with these many topics? And perhaps I'll get the operator to scroll down so that we can just glance at least the bold headlines, which go over the page. I appreciate you may have seen this before. Just as a refresher, you can see on the next page there are some more proposed components of this course. Major General, would you see any merit in having such a course?
Thanks, Mr. Singleton. I fully support preparation for transition that would include these and potentially other topics to meet the needs of transition that I described in terms of being emotionally and administratively ready, and also knowing where to seek support if there are issues post-transition. I would make the point that there are a number of program services that are in existence now that are providing some or parts of these topic areas now. But in terms of providing our veterans and their families with some support as they approach transition, I fully support it. I think the idea of that preparation has great merit.
Recognising the devil can be in the detail, and that if it's a standalone course, it would have to be properly integrated into whatever broader training occurred. Do you see any significant downsides in a proposal of this kind?
I think every veteran and their family has a unique set of circumstances, and tailoring our programs to ensure that we meet those needs at the relevant time is important to us. We have learnt that a one-size-fits-all approach can be quite blunt and may not meet the needs of everybody and could have a detrimental effect on the circumstances of that family and member. We are aware that many veterans will make a decision around transition based on another decision, which might be having gained employment in a certain location with family support that they want to return to, and that employment may be predicated on a certain time. So making some of these, finding room in a transition period for these programs may have an impact on the availability of the veterans and their families to take up other opportunities. And some people seek to leave quicker than we would like.
Assume that in addition to a training course, there would be individual attention paid to individual people. You fully support this type of training course being implemented?
I fully support preparing our veterans for transition, and many of the topic areas here are necessary areas to ensure that they are ready for transition. How that is delivered, when it is delivered, in what sequence it's delivered, and its approach to the unique needs of each veteran is an area for further consideration.
I'll ask the operator to bring up INQ *00001.2216. That is, I anticipate, going to be the volume giving the overview of the Productivity Commission's report, A Better Way to Support Veterans. And could the operator take us now to point 2269? Air Commodore or Major General Stothard, or whoever's best placed, I'll come to you. In a moment, we hope to see recommendation 7.2. In fact, get about the other ones, but if we get enlarged 7.2, which is the middle one. Yeah, Commodore, you can see that this is a recommendation that has three components, each with a dot point. Just bear that in mind, because I'll now ask the operator to display a different document. Excuse me for a moment. Could the operator bring up PCO.000.001, sorry, it's *0000001.1030. Do you recognise this, Air Commodore, as the updated response to the Productivity Commission's report, page 1?
I do.
And operator, if you could just go to the second page of this document, there's an entry referring to 7.2, recommendation 7.2, if we can scroll down just a little bit. Thank you. You'll see, Air Commodore, that the response in the middle column is that this is progressing, or the government, or someone is progressing the second and third components of the recommendation. And much the same was said in the interim report. Are you aware of any progress in between the interim report and this updated response, which both say the same thing, progressing?
So, Mr. Singleton, we have commenced a feasibility study into undertaking the training, which includes the setting up for the psychological, social components of transition. And that study has commenced, or that work has commenced. So that is accurate in terms of meeting, it's a part of the mandatory transition course recommendation previously.
When did that study begin?
So that actually commenced about 3 weeks after my appointment, so at the end of January, early February.
All right. I'll keep questioning, but I'll just get the operator to go back to INQ 4000012216. The previous document at page 2269, that's that recommendation 7.2. While that's coming up, what you've just referred to is progress that's happening now and began in the last few weeks. Are you aware of any progress that occurred in between the interim response in October 2020 and the updated response in May 2021, which I appreciate was before your time, but are you aware of any?
Not specifically, however, there is some work that our member family support, defence member family support area do a lot of work in that space.
Mr. Singleton,
Yes.
if I may, explain how services are delivered in transition to make sure that there is an understanding. Current services in preparing members to leave Defence are delivered in a service delivery construct by the Defence Member and Family Support Branch. JTA has been established to look across the entirety of the transition system. That includes Defence Member and Family Support Branch. It includes what each of the services are doing. It includes what our colleagues in Department of Veterans Affairs, in ComSuper Corporation are doing. It includes linking with ESOs to understand that broader ecosystem of transition services. From 2017, the transition service modernisation has been ongoing and continues today. So prior to 2017, it was based on the amount of time you had done in your service, not based on your need or where a risk might be. From 2017 onwards, Defence, through the now Defence Member and Family Support Branch, started delivering a service that was more tailored to the individual. It commenced with moving to a coaching model where we started to train and implement programs for career transition coaches in the branch. It also moved away from a sit in a lecture theatre and have people come and lecture you over 2 days to a transition seminar approach with multi-stages where, based on your need, you could go to different stalls or people that are engaged in a seminar to obtain information. It also started to, from 2017, incorporate families into those seminars, incorporate them into coming to the career transition coaching interviews. So 2017 was the first point of modernisation. In 2018, we implemented the Transition for Employment program, which is commonly called T4E.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but my time's very limited.
So can I answer that? It's modernising from 2017 across multiple programs to the present time.
The recommendation here was that through the Joint Transition Authority, members be prepared for certain aspects of civilian life.
Correct. So the
What was done between June 2019 and October 2020 on that, on getting the JTA to do that?
The JTA was getting Defence Member and Family Support Branch to do that. So the JTA looked at the entirety of the system, understood where the friction points were, and then had the people in the transition system start addressing those friction points to remove them. So the JTA was directing that.
But the recommendation here is not that the JTA should get someone else to do it, but that the JTA should prepare members for aspects of civilian life. Firstly, let's go to now. The JTA isn't actually doing that itself as of
I
today.
object to that. That is not what that says at all. It says through the Joint Transition Authority. That's capable of a wider definition than my friend is putting on it.
Well, I think that's just a hint to the witness rather than an objection.
You can withdraw that.
I'll withdraw that. Let me come to you, Major General Stoddart.
I think it is a valid point, though. It's defence through the JTA as opposed to do this.
Well, there's a distinction, and obviously we've only got, in effect, one paragraph of a three-volume report here, but there's a distinction between ensuring, for example, ensuring that it is done, which can be done, in my submission, by stimulating others, monitoring, evaluating what others are doing, and actually doing it yourself. In this case, the recommendation was that the JTA should prepare members, not that the JTA should ensure someone else do it. And it's quite specific. Defence, of course, is the whole organisation of the department and the ADF. This is a recommendation that Defence meet its responsibility specifically by having the Joint Transition Authority do these things. In the first dot point, it is ensure that something happen, and that might well legitimately be done as by stimulating others to do it. But the second and third call on the JTA to do something as a matter of the ordinary reading of this language. Now, what I'm asking is just what's happening.
And presumably JTA can act through agents as well.
Have agents...
Can act through agents.
Mate, accepting that for the moment, I want to know whether the JTA itself is doing it. And perhaps I could turn to you, Major General Stothart, because you headed the JTA in the time we're discussing, which is between the interim and the updated response. Was the JTA actually doing itself the work of preparing members and reaching out to families in this way?
Mr. Singleton, no, it was not.
And was it putting in place plans to do it or progressing a scheme that would culminate in that?
Potentially, that is an outcome. From my perspective, working with General Fox in that period of time, we did take a system view of transition. We wanted to look at what it was like for the veteran and their family as they pass through the transition system, which involves many agencies and parts of agencies. Consistent feedback we get from veterans and their families through the transition system is that it's complex and difficult to navigate. And when we were understanding the transition system from an ecosystem view, as General Fox has described and was well laid out in the Productivity Commission report, it shifted our view from a defence-centred view of transition to a whole-of-system view of transition. And understanding who was doing what in that system at one period of time was quite a complex undertaking to map what was happening in transition. And so, to the point that's been made by General Fox, the JTA in that directive that you brought up early is the technical authority of how transition is to occur in defence. Now, it doesn't do much of, at the moment, it's not doing direct delivery of services, but it is directing how those services are delivered and what services are delivered. It's looking at how it's occurring and reforming it, and concurrently designing for a more deeper reform of transition, taking into account a number of inquiry recommendations and reviews that have been conducted over very many recent years.
Ms. Gregg, perhaps I could turn to you and to whomever you may refer the question to. Has the government, anybody, made a decision in respect of the first dot point, which isn't covered by the responses so far published? Has a decision been made that the JTA, on behalf of Defence, should ensure the matters described?
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. I might start the answer by mentioning that the Joint Transition Authority, as General Stothard described, is a really important point to this. Early discussions that I and others
I'm
had
sorry
with the
to interrupt you.
productivity
I'm
commissioners.
sorry to interrupt you, but our
Yes.
time is very limited. I'm
Okay.
asking whether anyone in authority has made a decision on whether or not to accept the first dot point of this recommendation.
So the government's interim response that you referred to earlier was October 2020.
No, I know the
Then-
date. I'm asking that document specifically said that progress was being made on the second and third and made no mention of the first. I'm asking if a
Yes,
decision's
so-
been made. That's a yes or no question. Has a decision been made on whether or not to accept the recommendation at point or dot point 1?
Not specifically to my knowledge, Mr Singleton, not specifically to dot point 1, rather the broader recommendation.
And I'll go around the panel. I'll start just with you, Ms Gregg. Do you see a sufficient reason not to accept that recommendation?
I know there are elements of this that we are absolutely focused on, but as a totality, this is a difficult thing to achieve, to update a career plan every 2 years in regard to internal service and post-career service. But there is steps towards this in terms of the focus that we're giving to career management within the transition system.
Put aside the 2-year bit, do you see merit in having somebody help members prepare a career plan in this way?
I do.
And does anybody on the panel
Absolutely.
see leaving aside the 2 years, which might be a more individual matter, but does anybody see any significant problem with actually doing that?
Mr Singleton, no, I do not. I see merit.
Thank you. I'll ask the operator to bring up page .1885. I'm sorry, we'll have to go back to the BOSS report, which is INQ quadruple 0 0001 1584, and then go to page 1885. This page has recommendations about I'll call it trade qualifications, just to give it a tag. Major General Stothard, while it's being brought up, are you aware of the concern that many ADF personnel returning to civilian life have considerable useful skills that are not formally recognised by the civilian system, and that they therefore can't fully utilise their skills in trying to get employment?
Mr Singleton, yes, I am aware of those concerns, and
has the JTA been in contact with the Department of Education, Skills and Employment, which administers the Australian qualifications framework, to try and come up with some appropriate arrangement for recognition?
Mr Singleton, the JTA, to my knowledge, has not directly been engaged with the Department of Employment, Skills and Education. However, if I could offer to you that the Australian Defence College, part of the Department of Defence, is the registered training organisation within Defence, our single registered training organisation, and they have a cell, and there is a project that is responsible for the certification of military skills to the civilian qualifications framework. And that work has been progressing increasingly over the last few years, including skill job level descriptions. So at certain ranks, at certain services, so, Navy, Army, Air Force, certain ranks, describing in civilian lay terms what level of managerial or specialist skill sets each of those ranks will have. And that project is working with our directorate, our Defence Member and Family Support Branch through our coaching framework to refer veterans and their families going through transition to gain appropriate accreditation of their military skills to the relevant Australian qualifications standard or certificate level standard, or qualification by state jurisdiction. for licensing, for example. And there actually is also some monetary support to people who may be able to top up a qualification for a specific employment outcome sought afterwards. So in answer, Mr Singleton, I am aware of the concern. The JTA has not been involved or directly engaged with DESI, but through the Defence Member and Family Support Branch that provide our coaching services and the Australian Defence College, there is a program in place and acting to fill the concern that you've raised about qualifications and certification on transition.
All right, I'll just get the operator to scroll the page a little bit so we can see 7.4. It's quite a long one, it runs over the page, but you'll see there's some flexibility indicated in the first paragraph by the word alternatively. There are different ways of going about this. Do any of the panellists see any major problem in principle with pursuing this recommendation? Perhaps read it if you need to, but you may have seen it before. And maybe we could just scroll over or go to the next page just as a reminder of the rest of it, and we'll see the next recommendation. So it doesn't go over the page, but 7.5 I'll come to in a moment. So 7.4, does any panellist see a significant difficulty with the merits of this?
No issues.
Mr Singleton, I see no, I see merit in the intent of this recommendation. As with many things in the transition system, the intent is sound. The manner in which we achieve it, how we achieve it, when we achieve it, are matters that do require further consideration in terms of reform of the entire transition system.
All right, perhaps I'll just go over the page to 7.5 and I'll just ask the same essential question, if we could expand that. Essentially the same answer, Major General Stothart, or a different one?
Yes, intent is absolutely supported, and the manner in which we incorporate that into our transition system is the areas for consideration. I would note that, to my understanding, there is already the provision for some pre-transition leave, which would support achieving a vocational qualification. So there is already some support available for this, and as I've indicated, there's also some monetary reimbursement that can occur to achieve qualifications through that leave period for post-transition employment already available.
All right, I will come back to this document on another page, so don't be distracted. I'll ask some other questions. Major General Fox, does the ADF or any of its three service arms communicate to ADF members that they have reason to be proud of their service for their country, about their enlistment in the ADF, and about their willingness to risk themselves and so on?
So do we communicate?
Yeah.
I just want to clarify the question. Do we communicate with members' pride in their service?
Essentially, yes.
Yes, we do.
And now there are indications that for many who have left the ADF for whatever reason, but perhaps especially if discharged before they've achieved all that they wanted to achieve, maybe for medical reasons, maybe for other reasons, they find themselves without purpose, without membership of the organisation of which they were proud to be members, without the standing and dignity that went with that position in the ADF. Major General Fox, are you aware of that issue?
I'm aware that those members that do leave early do have that sense, and I'm aware that we have designed a program to assist in that preparation of members who are leaving early.
How significant, it's a very difficult question, but how significant is this issue for those members who perhaps leave before they would want to, or
So
thought they would?
it goes to the evidence I presented yesterday, in that we know that people who are under 30 who leave with less than 4 years experience, so age between 17 and 30 with less than 4 years experience, who are leaving for not of their own choosing, so involuntarily, are a at-risk group, and we know that because we drew on the AIHW reports that were being provided to us to give us that indication, and in response to that we designed the Personalised Career Employment Program as part of our transition services to work with that cohort of people to support them through transition.
Whether it's in training or individual coaching or by any other means, is anything done in respect to this issue that to the extent that there have been messages of pride in service, and I'm not suggesting in any way there shouldn't be, but that this may tend to obscure the value of civilian life after service? Is anything, or even to devalue that life for some, is anything being done to ameliorate that problem, that the message of pride could have a reverse effect of devaluing their life later?
I'm not aware of work in that construct, other than we talk about everyone will leave the Australian Defence Force at some point in time, and the majority of people do leave voluntarily, and we know that they do go on to lead productive lives and members of society. So the pride in the service that provides you to go into community is good. And I remind people that although some people might be leaving involuntarily, that they actually did volunteer to join our Australian Defence Force, and we should be supporting them in their transition, and they should take pride in that.
Recognising that the great, or a significant majority have a good transition and an excellent after-service career, but of course we're focused on a group who have difficulty. General Strother, perhaps I could turn to you. How important would you consider transition arrangements to be to the mental health issues that can arise after service, both as a potential contributor to adverse mental health effects, but also as an opportunity to ameliorate or prevent them? A big part of it or a small part?
I think it's a big part. I think that the problem you describe is ever present, and that I seek to have veterans depart proud of their service and their achievements, confident in their abilities, and optimistic about their future. And that's why an emotional readiness and acceptance for transition and understanding of what civilian-centred life is going to be like different to military-centred life is a key component of transition readiness. So I think that the PC report and other inquiries have told us that the manner in which we transition people counts. A supported, positive transition experience helps people reintegrate back into civilian life and contribute to their communities more quickly and more fully than a difficult transition process that's not supportive and not catered and not tailored and not meeting the needs of that veteran and their families. So I agree with your proposition. This is a large concern and a large issue.
Thank you. I'll get the operator to display page .1879. This is still the BOSS report, and it's recommendation 3.3, third dot point. And while that's coming up, I'll just remind everybody that this was a recommendation that a number of recommendations made by prior inquiries and reports should be implemented, and she listed some specific ones. If you see the third dot point there, it is that the DVA should develop a 2-track transition program for serving members so that at-risk people can be identified and supported, my paraphrase. Now this, just to give some context, was originally a recommendation from an inquiry that was earlier than the Productivity Commission and therefore earlier than the Joint Transition Authority, so that there would need to be some adjustment if the JTA was involved. I'll now ask, I'll just ask you, Ms. Gregg, just as a representative of the panel perhaps, you're aware that this idea of identifying at-risk personnel and giving them extra support is an idea that's been around for some years now.
Yes, Mr. Singleton, and going back 4, 5 or 6 years, our programs were largely one size fits all. And with those recommendations from those previous reviews and our own transformation program, we address this through then basing our programs in particular for those at needs groups that General Fox described earlier. So in other words, putting our effort, resources into the at-risk groups rather than this more one-size-fits-all approach that was in place previously.
All right. I'm going to read a number onto the transcript, but it's not to be brought up. This is for navigation purposes. The number is INQ quadruple 0001.1471. That's the first document of a page. I've agreed not to display it, but I will go to a particular page within it. Could the operator, and I'll read the whole thing again, go to this particular page, INQ quadruple 0001.1482. And I'll just get the heading and the section under recommendation 15 to be expanded so we can see it a bit better. Just a reminder that there is an idea that there should be this 2-track transition program. I'm not particularly focusing on 2-track, but just the broader proposition of identifying at-risk personnel and doing something about it. If the operator could scroll down a bit or make it a little smaller so that we can see what comes next on the page. But I anticipate what we will see in a moment is that the government agreed with this idea. Government response agreed. Has that, Ms. Gregg, from your perspective, has this now been implemented, this idea? Or is there more work? I realise there may be continuous improvement and that kind of thing, but in terms of a baseline implementation, has the base been implemented and it's just a matter of continuous improvement, or is there not yet full implementation? You're on mute, I'm afraid. That's the phrase of...
Very sorry. That recommendation does, as written, applies to DVA, but as far as our attention to it in defence, by and large, those things have been attended to from the defence perspective. I think the Major Generals can add some more depth to that comment of mine.
I'll invite one Major General and you can choose amongst yourselves.
Mr. Singleton.
If you wish.
There are 2 programs that have been implemented that address at-risk groups. I've described PSEP early, that's the under 30-year-olds, and I briefly described Transition for Employment, which are complex psychosocial medical transitioning cases. And those cases I mentioned sometimes have extended transition timeframes to better prepare them in our military employment classification construct. The third part I want to mention is the coaching program that, whilst there are 2 dedicated programs, the coaching program is for everyone leaving defence. That does address employment assistance through helping people pull together resumes, undertaking negotiations with employers, personality profiling about jobs they might be suited to, job connections, and including a small component around adjustment in employment, as in when you're working for a civilian employer, it's not the same as working in the military. So we have those aspects tied together with a transition plan for the individual and their family. And the other component to mention, because it goes to the at-risk groups, is for our medically transitioning people who are leaving, we understand that at some point their spouse might be more working than the member. And so to support the member and their family, We also provide access for the spouse to undertake job search activities in terms of partner education assistance program to support the family.
What was the name of this program?
Partner Employment Assistance Program.
When did that formally commence?
I can get you the actual date, but I know that we instituted it during the period 2019 to 2021.
And the other program, I think you used the initials, but what was the full name of the first program you mentioned?
So the PSEP program?
Yes, what does that stand
Personalised Career Employment Program, that's the under 30 at-risk group.
for? What was the inauguration date or other
That
start
was
date of that?
1st of January 2019.
Thank you. I'll just move on, operator, over the page, just the top of the next page. Thank you. Maybe I'll have to scroll back. Just leave it about there so I can find it. Oh yes, the very last line. It says, and running over the page, for example, the DVA, my paraphrase, is working closely with the Department of Defence to enhance the transition experience of Special Forces members. This project will pilot a transition assistance program for Special Forces personnel, etc. Was that pilot program completed, Major General Fox?
Yes, it was.
Was it considered a success?
Yes, it was.
And has the project been expanded to all ADF members?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. I'll proceed. If I could just get the operator to go to INQ:00.001.2216 at page 2294. Recommendation 17.4 in effect calls for a new veteran mental health strategy that would be a single one across both Defence and DVA and maybe others, as opposed to the current two strategies that the departments had. If this were to be implemented, Major General Stothard, if I could come to you, should the JTA be involved in the process of coming up with such a strategy as recommended?
Yes, it should.
Were you, in your time at the JTA, was the JTA consulted with a view to achieving anything like this?
Not to my knowledge. We have been heavily involved with DVA on a number of matters, including look, I won't go there. I was about to sort of, in my memory, we have been involved, consulted, informed of the existing DVA mental health strategy. So we have been involved, to my knowledge, with DVA to a degree, but it was more a case of this is the strategy and we're moving forward on it. But I agree with your question.
Commodore Coy, any recent updates, any recent consultations sought with you by the DVA or anybody else about getting a single strategy together?
Not specifically the single strategy. We are working with DVA in terms of alignment of our own strategy.
All right. Was either, well, I think Major General Stothard, it's your period of time, the DVA, after this recommendation was made, issued a new DVA strategy on this subject. Do I interpret your earlier answer correctly that you were aware that that was coming and were brought into the loop to the extent of being told? Is that a fair?
I think that's a fair assessment of my understanding, Mr. Singleton, yes.
I'll just go, if I could ask the operator to bring up PCO.quadruple0.0001.1030. We're going back to the updated government response, and could I ask the operator now to go to the 4th page of the document and to expand, wherever it may be, Rec 17.4. So, so panellists, you'll see that the second entry on this page, now expanded, says that Rec 17.4, a new veteran mental health strategy, has been implemented, and the third column is marked N/A, presumably not applicable, which is the further steps column. We can see that from the earlier page. We'll just leave this page on the screen. Ms. Gregg, would you be the best person to comment on this entry, or would someone else be better?
I can start. This
Sorry,
recommendation
that was just to work
17
out who to ask. I have a question. I'll just ask the question.
Oh, sorry.
This entry simply isn't correct, is it?
When you read the
I object to this.
recommendation,
Is this the document that is the government response?
Yes, this is the government response to the updated government response to the Productivity Commission.
Well, then
It was issued in May 2021.
the question, in my respectful submission, falls foul of 16.3 because what my friend's doing is referring to the recommendation from the Parliament in order to invite you to draw an inference about it.
I think my friend may have made a slip. This is the Productivity Commission report.
No, that's what I was asking. So I don't object,
Okay.
and I apologise
Not
because I thought you were referring to the other document.
This is a reference to the response of the government to the Productivity Commission response. And the question's a fairly direct and simple one, Ms. Gregg. That entry simply isn't correct, is it?
it states a new veteran mental health strategy. What it doesn't state is one overall defence DVA strategy.
Is the essence of this answer that the summary of what the recommendation was, which we had on the previous display in green, this summary in the white document is an inaccurate summary of the recommendation, and the second column is straight out wrong when it says it's implemented. Is that a fair and accurate summary?
It's an interpretation of the recommendation. I agree with you. It doesn't state one strategy. And yesterday, evidence was given describing the trajectory for one defence DVA strategy for 2024.
Who, if you know, takes responsibility for the accuracy and inaccuracy of this document?
So this document is held on the Department of Veterans Affairs website as the update. In terms of the accuracy, each agency with lead responsibilities for the various recommendations should ensure or would ensure the accuracy.
Which agency is considered to be the lead agency with respect to the recommendation that there be a single strategy across departments?
I would say that's both.
So this is, in this particular entry, both the Department of Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs takes responsibility for this entry.
So look, in regard to this one, Mr. Singleton, I believe that the Department of Veterans Affairs completed this entry on behalf of both agencies.
I'll ask the operator to bring up, and we're going back to the BOSS report, it's document INQ quadruple 000011584 at page 1883. And so we can get a little head start. The recommendation 6.5 may appear soon, that the Australian government should develop and implement processes to ensure continuity of care between ADF-provided healthcare, and civilian healthcare providers for transitioning personnel. If we can just expand 6.5, and I'm grateful to the operator. So I've read out the first half of the recommendation. Air Commodore, is this a recommendation about which the JTA should be consulted, in your opinion, when decisions are made regarding whether or not to accept it?
We have Joint Health Command involved in a synchronisation working group where these items do come up. So we are a part of the consultation in that process.
You are being consulted. Have you been consulted yet on this particular recommendation?
Not this specific one, no.
Um,
It may have happened in former working groups.
Major General Stothard, were you consulted, or was the JTA consulted when you were there? This recommendation issued in September last year, so there's a small period when you had a chance.
Look, I don't recall being consulted on this specific recommendation. However, this is not a problem that's unknown to us, and
Yes.
It's an area that we are focusing on in a number of different areas over a number of different forums. So ensuring continuity of care from not just a health perspective but a wellbeing perspective is a focus for the JTA. And we are involved in a number of those areas that are being worked upon. Look, if I may, Mr. Singleton,
Please do.
If you are medically transitioning from the ADF, you will have a rehabilitation coordinator who will develop a rehabilitation plan for you. There are existing processes in place where that rehabilitation plan is transferred to the Department of Veterans Affairs to assist the member and their family as they have a continuity of care perspective. And so that work could be further streamlined, but there are significant mitigations and measures in place to ensure there is a continuity of healthcare across two agencies, placing the member and their family at the centre of it.
Accepting that there'll be something in place already, and reading it in that light, and therefore perhaps reading this recommendation as should develop and implement improved or additional processes, and it doesn't state exactly how that'll be done. So Dr. Boss has been listening to your evidence this morning. Would you support, in principle, this recommendation?
Absolutely.
And I take it none of the other panellists disagree. Commissioner, there's a scheduled break at 11:15, so if it's convenient to you to have a break, I will yield for a short time.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. We'll take the morning tea break.
Thank you, Commissioners.
The Royal Commission will now adjourn until 11:30. The Royal Commission into Defence of Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr. Singleton.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll just attempt to mop up a few things before I get back to the script. Major General Stothard, you were referring to the provision of and continuity of health care from before transition to afterwards. That applies to people with a rehabilitation plan in place. Does it apply to other groups as well?
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. To my understanding, yes, it does. Depending on the manner of transition, method of transition and the needs of the veterans and their families through that transition process, we will seek to ensure that we do have a continuity of care. Our linkages with DVA are strengthening and ensuring that we inform them of the circumstances of individuals as we understand them as they transition, and DVA services and programs may provide them with some assistance as well.
When you say depending on the manner of transition, does that mean the continuity of care will be different depending, or some do and some don't get it?
It's needs-based. We obviously have a focus on those individuals who are medically transitioning, who will have a rehab plan, and who may need further treatment and support and assistance through that. So medical transition is an area of focus. However, there are voluntary transitions and other forms of transition who still will require medical support through transition, and whilst it may not be a medical transition, we want to provide continuity of health care.
And I'm just not quite clear, is everybody getting that, or just that you're trying to identify those who need it?
We try and meet the needs of individuals and their families through transition, regardless of their method of transition, to ensure that there is a continuity of care for them as they need it.
All right, I'll try a different mop-up question. The separation timeframes, I understand, but correct me if I'm wrong, that these now address the three different types of separation, namely voluntary, medical and other involuntary. Is that correct, that there are now three different approaches to the separation timeframes?
That is under consideration in the department. One of the things that we've identified through our consultation and our work is that time is a key factor in transition. Time to prepare administratively, time to prepare emotionally, and time for the transition specialists to get the right support arrayed around an individual and their family. So we are developing, under consultation in the department, a further reform or revision of our ADF transition manual, where we may indicate specific guidelines for dates for type of transition. So from date of notification that I have to, I am going to be medically transitioned, I will have 120 days to prepare for a date, which is a guideline for our delegates who make those decisions on dates, cognizant of the individual circumstances of the member and family. And yes, we are looking at indicating guideline amounts of time that people are to be afforded once they're notified of a transition decision to when that transition will occur. It'll be a guidance only because we want to tailor it to the individual needs of the families. It could come left or it could go right, depending on the individual needs.
But as of the moment, it's a matter under consideration, not something that is in place.
For a medical transition, we have in place a standard operating procedure of about 120 days from notice of transition. That is in existence. We are looking at also mandating, or not, sorry, I shouldn't say mandating, we're looking at giving an indication of what will be a standard period of time that people should be given to prepare for transition for voluntary and involuntary transitions.
So the medical ones in place, are any others actually in place?
For a voluntary transition, you would normally expect around 3 months, 90 days for that transition period.
Yeah, sorry, that's an expectation and that's what typically happens. But in the way that there is now a more formalised timeframe for medical discharge, is there any other group for whom there is a formalised timeframe?
I'm not specifically sure.
That's fine. We can look at it.
To offer this to you, for an involuntary transition, sometimes those timeframes can be quite short.
Yes. The medical timeframe, in the sense of one that's been, I'm using the word formalised, but it's got that extra status at the moment. When did it get that extra status? When was it formalised in the way you've described?
I'm unsure of the specific date.
In the last year, or last week?
No, my view would be around 2016, 17. I'm unsure exactly of the date, but it's not in the last year. We have realised for some time that we need more time with our people who are medically transitioning to ensure they're ready emotionally for transition.
Mr. Singleton,
yes, please.
If it's helpful, we can get that timeline of policy changes for you.
Thank you.
We don't have it on us.
Yes, and I appreciate that sometimes detail is not to hand. Operator, could I ask that this document be brought up, DEF.9.0001.0076. And operator, could I now ask you to go to page 0080? Do you understand? I'm not sure who's going to be the best person to answer the question, but this is a document that's been prepared in response to a notice requiring information to be given to the Royal Commission. If it's available. Is it fair to say that there's quite a large number of, we may need to scroll down a little bit, operator, if we could just look at that table 2A for a start. And there's a distinction here between voluntary and involuntary separation, and one can see that voluntary separation in total, in the very last column, 1253, there's no, I'm sorry, that's not the complete total. There's 3 numbers that need to be added up together, and then there's involuntary separation. But a very significant number are involuntary separations. Major General Fox, would you agree with that crude summary? Very significant proportion are involuntary.
So in terms of the table, and I'm looking at the involuntary total, I can't see a total of the total of involuntary separations, but
no.
involuntary transitions from the military make up medical, administrative, unfit there. So those combined involuntary numbers do make up a large proportion.
I'll just leave that there for the moment. Operator, can I get you to go? There is, the medical number is quite a significant number. That's the basic point. Would you agree? Sorry, it's just gone a little smaller, but medical involuntary separation's a significant component. Would you agree?
That's in terms of, sorry, I now can't say it again.
I'm sorry, it's moved, but...
in terms of that table, thank you. That is indicating 392 of the 7,281. Is that how I'm meant to read that table? Sorry.
If you look at the involuntary separation, it's broken into a number of different categories, but medically unfit across the three services is 392. But operator, if I could just ask you to scroll down to the next page. Here we have the table for separated people more than a year in and less than 2 years. The first table was before, in the first year. Now so the figures are broken up into different categories. Just looking at this one, that second year of service, it doesn't get completed. Medical issues here are still a significant number, not a majority by any means, but 445 out of almost 3,000. Can you see that?
Yes.
And if I could get the operator to scroll down to the next page, table 2C, which is the next chronological group, 2 to 5 years of enlistment. And now we see it's become even more significant in that there are 2,361 medically unfit based discharges or separations out of 9,500, getting to approximately a quarter.
Yes. Could I ask, does it say in that table over the time frame these numbers are collected?
Yes. Well, I'll just tell you what I'm told.
Okay.
And if need be, it'll be corrected at a later date. But,
Thank you.
It's from January 2011 onwards. So there's let's say about a decade's worth of material. But it's the proportion to which I wanted to draw your attention. I've done it fairly clumsily, and I apologise for that. But the essential point is, for the moment, that a significant number are medically discharged in their early years of service, what might have been a longer service, but for that. And these are, as I'm reminded, 30 personnel under the age of 30, which has another dimension of potential risk. The question, if it's accepted it's a significant issue, do we accept that it's a significant issue?
I accept that the large numbers of people transitioning from the military medically is an issue.
And what do you say to the proposition at the level of principle that no one should be discharged on medical grounds until all their DVA claims have been processed and determined? That they might not be able to go into combat or anything, but that they should be on the payroll, have the dignity of their office and their rank until the DVA has determined the claims.
So on the principle, if it's clinically safe for them to remain in the military, that is a sound principle for that.
and I think it flows from this, but let me seek your confirmation, that such a scheme should be accompanied by a screening to find those perhaps few who should not even be on the payroll for medical reasons. I'm not talking about going to the barracks, but actually having the remuneration pending their claim being determined. Frankly, it seems it may well be rather a small number for whom it is medically inappropriate to be given income, but hypothetically that's the implication. Subject to that qualification, in principle, people should remain with an income, at least pending their DVA determination, in principle.
In principle, I support that people should remain in the military until they are prepared properly to leave. That may include their claims being determined by DVA.
It would include, would it not? Knowing that a number of people find it takes a long time to get their claim processed. Of them, many do not have an income and are put into circumstances of poverty. In principle, the government and the society as a whole should look after these veterans, and there shouldn't be a gap in between being on the payroll at the ADF and then getting whatever they're legally entitled to at the DVA. Someone should take responsibility to ensure there is no gap. Is that a principle that any panellist would disagree with?
Mr. Singleton, could I... The proposition you're putting to us is actually quite complex. In its simplest form, in its principle, continuity of care, absolutely agree with. There's a number of... Any medical separation is one too many. And seeking to reduce and minimise the number of medical separations from the Defence Force is incredibly important, and we need to minimise those numbers of medical separations. Some of the medical separations, particularly in the early years of service, can be for some conditions that were not identified earlier and may have come through the recruiting system. There's a scale of medical separations and degree of ill health, unwellness, incapacity. One of the observations that I would put to you is the importance of work and meaningful engagement for our veterans on transition. It is very important that our system supports capacity and working, not necessarily incapacity, but where it is needed, we should provide continuity of care and support them. And so the principle of continuity of care, I fully support, and we should meet the individual needs of the veteran and their family as they transition.
And your reference to continuity of care includes income?
If that is needed. If they have employment to go to and they want to go to it, please go and be employed. That's very important for your long-term well-being. A period of not working may have mid to longer term negative effects as well. So the general principle of continuity of care I fully support. Whether every veteran who's medically transitioning should be given income is a interesting proposition for us to consider.
So taking an adjustment to the idea of those who need it, those who've gone straight into a nice lucrative job or just an ordinary job may not need it. But for those who leave the military, Navy or Air Force and find themselves without employment, without income, have a DVA claim pending, or at least they're entitled to, even if they haven't managed to lodge it, in principle should be supported by someone. At least it's arguable. So the question is this: at the moment, the ADF does not provide any such income support for those who have actually left in recent times, those in transition but actually discharged. That's a correct statement, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, again, you said does not support.
No, I'm talking about income.
Okay, yes.
And you'd need a budgetary enhancement to do it, right? You might say, is that right?
Could I just describe one
Yes.
to you, Mr. Singleton, and quickly, I know your time is limited. is that we are already at the moment looking for risk in medical transitions, and our Military Employment Classification Review Board is very sensitive to the time that's needed to set people up for success at that transition period. And in cooperation with DVA, we may seek to extend the transition date inside Defence beyond 120 days to set the conditions for a successful transition. So we are already calibrating the system in circumstances that we're aware of to hold people in service with all the support that we bring to ensure that the conditions are set for a successful transition. And during the COVID pandemic, we held over a large number, the majority of our medical transitions were held over waiting for circumstances to stabilise, because we were concerned about the welfare circumstances we may have been placing people who medically transitioned during the height of the COVID response from the nation.
Was that essentially a successful program or not?
Mr Singleton, yes, it was. The people remained in Defence. Unless they wanted to leave, we provided space for people to remain. The other part of the answer is we are encouraging all our people in service at the point of injury to lodge that injury with documentation with Department of Veterans Affairs early, so that in due course, whether they're leaving voluntarily or whether they're leaving medically, that information is already held, and that would streamline transition processes for individuals.
All right. I might just move on. Operator, could I ask you to display INQ 00001.1584. It's the BOSS report. And when ready, go to page 1884. The panellists, you may remember this if I remind you that Dr. Boss's recommendation 7.1 was for Defence and DVA to reimagine transition, and she gave a fair amount of detail of what she had in mind. But I come to you, Air Commodore. Is there a process in place for working on this recommendation for reimagining yet?
I'm just waiting for the recommendation. Which number recommendation, Mr Singleton?
7.1, so the bottom one.
Yes, there is work in process on this recommendation.
Is that who's doing the work? A working group, a committee, or some particular?
It's actually a series of working groups. We will be putting proposals through to the Joint Transition Authority Steering Group.
And is the JTA leading this exercise, or merely participating in someone else's exercise, or something else?
The JTA is leading this for Defence.
Thank you. Is someone leading it for DVA? I'm not asking for a name at this stage, but...
I work with DVA on this, yes.
I'll now go to the Productivity Commission report. Could I ask for the operator to bring up INQ 00000012216, and then to go to page 0.2269. While that's being done, Ms. Craig, perhaps I could turn to you. The joint directive from the Secretary and the CDF not establishing the JTA, but setting out the technical authority and related matters, which was executed on the 8th of February last year, was not the decision to set up the JTA. It tended to implement an earlier decision. It itself said, and the government response documents refer to the JTA being set up earlier than this directive. Was the decision to establish the JTA made as a part of the budget process for 2020-21?
So the government released in October 2020 the first response to the Productivity Commission, which included the establishment of the Joint Transition Authority. Noting the release of the Productivity Commission report much earlier than that, we had elected to start internal work at that time.
Yes, but who actually made the decision to set up the JTA?
So the government approved the JTA. Internally, I did write to the Secretary and the Chief of the Defence Force indicating that we would do various things to start initiating that work.
Was the nature of what you wrote a piece of advice, or were you telling them of a decision that you had made?
It was from memory, and I'd have to get the document. It was agreeing to the following approach.
Asking them to agree to it?
To the preliminary work.
Yes. So I'll just come back to the question. Who decided to establish the JTA?
The government.
And does that mean the Cabinet or the Minister or someone else?
So the Minister announced the establishment of the JTA.
Yes, but I'm asking who decided it. Who decided to establish it, not who announced it?
I object to that. I think we're starting to move into cabinet and confidence.
Well, we don't know that.
So,
just if you couldn't mind waiting, the difficulty is I don't know either, but the question is particularly unnecessary. The response has been given that the government has made a decision, and we now know that certain things are happening on the evidence that's been given.
Mr Singleton?
Well, the Australian government's not a legal entity. It operates through certain legal agencies, including offices. The Cabinet is an informal organisation that's legally recognised by the courts. But it is not a matter of Cabinet advice or secrecy to find out who decided to establish the JTA. And in my submission, if the witness knows who made the decision, she should tell us.
Do you wish to add anything? It's hardly going into the content of what occurred in Cabinet apart from the decision, isn't it?
Well, except that the decision, I don't know, the decision may be a product of a cabinet decision. I simply don't know. But I question the utility of the questioning because you have evidence that a decision has been made and you have evidence that certain things are happening. So it's difficult to understand where this takes the inquiry.
Mr Singleton, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, this Royal Commission is perfectly entitled to know who took certain decisions.
Yes, but how does it advance the inquiry?
It identifies a person who may need to be called to ask why the decision was as it was and not as recommended.
I think I'll allow the question.
Ms Gregg, do you know who actually made the decision?
So the government considered through Cabinet a number of recommendations of the Productivity Commission. And my understanding is that with the announcement made by the Minister on that first group of recommendations, that was resulting from a Cabinet discussion.
Thank you. I invite people to look at the recommendation. Was, Ms Gregg, the JTA established in practical terms in response to this recommendation?
Yes.
Major General Fox, if we look at the 5 functions in the specifically identified and dot-pointed parts of this recommendation, at least to some extent, are the first 3 of those functions already being performed in various places within Defence and or the DVA?
In terms of point 1, that work is being undertaken under the Technical Authority for Transition as part of the Defence Member and Family Support Branch, which is Head People Capability, of which Joint Transition Authority is part of that division. In terms of point 2, individual support and advice as they approach transition is undertaken in that same manner. In terms of point 3, as has been described by my colleague in terms of knowledge of the rehabilitation plan as it exists for medical transitioning people, and the work to ensure veterans receive services to meet individual needs is being undertaken and is being evaluated, and access to Department of Veterans Affairs is undertaken through work, both personnel inside the JTA as LOs or liaison officers from Department of Veterans Affairs, and through the veteran support officers that are on base working with JTA, Joint Health Command and Defence Member and Family Support branch to deliver those services.
And the fourth one is anybody in Defence Department or ADF doing that?
Yes, in terms of access to transition support, work has undergone in relation to the ability for people to reach back to their transition coach is actually enabled for 24 months.
Commencing when?
It was 12 months, 24 months was extended in 2020 or 2021. I'd have to confirm that date for you, but we were providing or enabling access for 12 months. It's been extended to 24 months. And there have been at least 1,600 people who have reached back into Defence to access different forms of support following transition.
And just for completeness, the fifth one has at least in part been implemented through the annual progress report from October last year, is that correct?
That is correct. And to support that, Defence Member and Family Support Branch also provide an annual report that's publicly available in terms of the services that are delivered.
Ms Gregg, do you understand this recommendation to include a consolidation of whatever existing transition-related services as listed into the JTA? That is, that the recommendation is that to the extent these things are being done elsewhere, they should in future be done by the JTA.
Not entirely, Mr Singleton. Discussions with the Productivity Commissioners before they released the final report, we discussed whether the JTA was a command or an authority. In the original draft Productivity Commission report, the first draft, it was called the Joint Transition Command. We discussed with them, the variations of what that meant. Commanders, the chain of command, still have a welfare and an element of transition responsibility, which is very core to our military and our institution. Similar to the Joint Health Command, which has technical authority, it was discussed that the Joint Transition Authority, having a technical authority, would be a more effective way of managing the transition ecosystem. So my answer is the Joint Transition Authority has to be the technical authority. While some services will be provided through the JTA, not all. Its responsibility is to oversee.
Let me just take a few of those elements one at a time. You understood this to be recommending that the JTA should be the technical authority for transition. Is that your understanding of this recommendation? A part of it, not the whole thing, yes.
A part of it.
And it's correct then that in that regard it hasn't been followed because in fact the JTA is not the technical authority, the head of people capability is. Is that right? Ms Gregg?
Yes, according to our instruction. So head people capability is a 2-star, so giving it that level of influence and what we saw as appropriate.
You thought that,
so the
but
direct.
I'll just come back to the specifics of this. Let me break it up. There is a clear recommendation here that the function of the Joint Transition Authority should include preparing serving members and their families for the transition from military to civilian life. Do you understand that to be a recommendation that the Joint Transition Authority should be doing the thing, the activity of preparing serving members and their families for the transition from military to civilian life? Or do you not understand it that way?
They should be, the JTA must be ensuring that's the case.
But I just cut
The
you
area
off there
Sorry.
because of limited time.
Sorry.
The third dot point speaks of them ensuring that something is the case. And as discussed earlier today, one can see a clear distinction between ensuring that it is happening, regardless of who's doing it, and actually doing it. And I suggest to you that it is patently clear that the recommendation in the first dot point is not that the joint transition merely ensure that someone do it, it is a recommendation that the JTA should be doing it. Do you agree?
As written there, yes, I do agree.
Could I ask the operator to display NTG, DEF, sorry, that's a description, this document, DEF dot quadruple 9 dot 0001 dot 0263. And Ms. Gregg, while that's being brought up, the decision to establish the JTA does not appear to have been a decision to confer on it the functions listed. Is that accurate?
Sorry, I was muted. The decision to establish the JTA that we spoke about earlier didn't list entirely all the pieces from the Productivity Commission report.
Has any other decision explicitly accepted or adopted the recommendation insofar as it listed those 5 dot points to be functions of the JTA?
There has been decisions either internally or to the minister regarding the implementation of the JTA.
Okay.
So the JTA implementation plan well describes it.
I understand that there have been decisions about implementation. What I'm asking is whether anybody has made a decision on whether or not to confer on the JTA those 5 functions.
Not specifically, and we are still looking at the service delivery options, so how it might expand to meet some of what you've described.
Right. Could I ask the operator to take us in this document to page 0.0277. This, for those unable to see the screen, is a document setting out responses given to a notice that required Defence to provide information to the Royal Commission. And we are now on a page that sets out a question and some answers. Ms. Gregg, do you agree that the department received a notice from the Royal Commission asking it to provide information, including answering this question? Has the Department of Defence decided to implement the recommendation in full according to its terms in respect of 7.1, and that the department answered the government has agreed to this recommendation? Is it in fact the case that the government has not yet made a decision on accepting or rejecting this recommendation in full according to its terms?
Look, the decision was made, as we discussed, to establish the Joint Transition Authority. In terms of whether the very...
Not, with respect, responsive. perhaps I'll put it another way. The answer given in this document that the government has agreed to the recommendation in full according to its terms simply cannot be reconciled with your evidence that no decision has yet been made on whether or not to confer those 5 functions. That's the situation.
So the government has agreed to recommendation 7.1. I think, if I may, the difference between what you're putting to me and what I've said is in terms of that point on who delivers the actual support and programs to members and families, that resides within head people capabilities responsibilities. So whilst it is not part of the JTA branch, it works alongside. So that is a difference. And if that is not meeting the written word, it is certainly meeting the intent.
Is it expected that someone will actually make a decision on whether or not to implement recommendation 7.1 in full according to its terms, or has that simply gone off the agenda?
No, we are working through what are the service delivery options going forward in terms of, as I said, service delivery, which is not only service delivery in support of transition by Defence, but also looking at DVA services and others.
Who will ultimately decide whether or not these 5 particular functions will be conferred on the JTA?
So, Mr. Singleton, with respect, it's that one element of this where the intent is being met. It's being delivered by an associated branch.
With respect,
group.
Plainly the intent is not being met because the intent was that these functions be performed by the JTA, and you've agreed that that hasn't even been decided, let alone implemented. But I have a different question, and I'll just repeat it and try and be clear about it. Who will be the person who makes the decision whether these functions are actually conferred on the JTA?
So we have options that we intend
I'm sorry,
to
I'm not
take
asking about who's developing options or what they might be. I'm asking for a person or a committee or some other authority with a name. What is the name of the person or authority that will make this decision?
So this decision in terms of 7.1 has been made by the government. Where there's a difference, I've pointed that out.
Please attend to the question. You've already agreed that no decision has been made about parts of recommendation 7.1, but you've indicated that there will be a decision and that options are being scoped to inform that decision. I'm asking, if you know, and I'm happy if you don't know, just say so. Do you know who is going to make the decision?
With respect, the problem I have with the question is that decision in terms of 7.1 has been made.
You've already said it hasn't.
The specifics in terms of whether every specific detail was considered.
I'm talking about the specific details where you've already said there's been no decision. Who will make the decision?
On the specific details, I am not sure if every specific element of that, the decision was made at the time in 2020. Certainly, I am aware that the absolute broad intent of that recommendation was agreed.
Major General
if we
Fox,
are to go forward
I'm
with...
sorry, Ms Gregg, but I'll turn to Major General Fox.
Perhaps my friend could not interrupt the witness.
No, I'm terminating the question because the witness has been plainly unresponsive. I don't know whether it's because she doesn't know, but she's been plainly unresponsive, and I'm going to ask another panellist if she knows.
With respect, you've been given a series of answers that you might not like, but that set out that there's been a government response to implement something. The difference is in how it's being implemented, and you've been at cross purposes about that. But that is no reason to disrespectfully cut the witness off.
I seek to address a question to Major General Fox. Major General Fox, do you know who will make the decision on whether all of these functions will be conferred on the JTA as recommended?
To provide context to that answer.
Please, no.
I-
We have such limited time.
If
I'd
this-
actually like an answer to the question. Do you know the answer?
Yes, I do.
Who is it?
If it's a machinery government change that's required in order to affect the service delivery options, then government needs to make that decision.
Is it your opinion that a machinery of government change is required?
If the services from DVA, CSC, other agencies across the Commonwealth are to come under the JTA, then a machinery of government change is necessary.
Thank you. I'll skip a couple.
Could I clarify, does that mean that the minister has to make the decision, at least?
I'd have to confer to the approach undertaken with machinery of government changes. I'm not an expert in undertaking machinery of government changes.
If it assists, and I appreciate I'm skating way out on thin ice in offering a view, but my understanding, Commissioner, is that a machinery of government changes at a more central level because it can involve moving branches and units and other descriptors from one department to another. So it may go from one minister to another and therefore comes from a higher authority, at least in practical terms, probably.
Thanks, Mr Singleton, and I infer that your purpose in pursuing those questions was to identify a witness whom you might wish to examine in the future.
Yes, or address a notice to give information.
Thanks.
I'll just attempt to go to another page. Page 2269 might be the same. Sorry, back to the PC report. Could I ask the operator to go to INQ 0000.0001.2216 at 2269. While that's being done, I'll address this to you, Major General Fox. Quite a lot of consultation occurred in the lead up to setting up the JTA. Is that a fair, very brief summary?
The establishment of the JTA was well consulted, yes.
And I won't go to it just to save a bit of time, but in the government's interim response to this recommendation, it is said, among other things, Defence and DVA and the Commonwealth Superannuation Corporation has examined the feasibility and design of the JTA, and government has agreed to establish the JTA in Defence. Did the examination of the feasibility and design of the JTA include all necessary consultations with stakeholders?
In terms of consulting on the particular recommendation and establishment, there have been a number of interdepartmental committees that had occurred where the recommendation was reviewed. In terms of consulting with key stakeholders such as CSC and DVA, that is ongoing, and teams are embedded, or there is a DVA liaison officer embedded within the JTA to assist in that process. And there is a steering group and working groups that have been established that have stakeholders from within Defence, CSC and DVA that contribute to how the JTA should be established and operate.
The same response that I just read from, I'll read a bit more. The Defence will begin to implement the JTA in late 2020 with a view to delivering full operational capability by the end of 2022. Why was it considered that 2 years would be needed to go from commencement to full operational capability?
We know that reforms inside very large organisations have to be quite deliberate to make sure that they are successful. We need to make sure that there is the appropriate change management activities occurring. And for an organisation that is the size of Defence, delivering transition services for 5,500 to 6,500 people each year, we know that in building a JTA and how we might adjust those services and move them needs to be done with great care, so that always the member and the family are not going to be impacted by any such move. So it's a very deliberate planning process to establish the JTA and concurrently reform those services that are still underway and lay the foundations for successful reform that need to be enduring and not change with a whole raft of subsequent reviews. Unless, of course, they're evidence-based and they inform improvement to services.
All right. I won't ask about the technicalities of decision making, but if I could just draw attention of the panel to the section of this, the first line: the Australian Government should recognise that Defence has primary responsibility for the well-being of discharging ADF members. In principle, is there any panellist that disagrees with that proposition?
No, I support the proposition fully.
Thank you. And the next bit of the proposition is the Australian Government should recognise that this responsibility may extend beyond the date of discharge. That is also one that everyone agrees with, is that right?
Mr Singleton, yes, which is why we extended it to 2 years to access support.
The JTA webpage, I won't bring it up to try and save some time, has a question and answer section. It's the same today, or at least last week, as it was last year. It said this: the PC recommended that transition services within Defence and DVA be consolidated into the JTA. Why has this not occurred? And I won't read out the whole answer of a couple of paragraphs, but it focused on the need to consult with stakeholders and to consider the potential impacts of any changes. Major General Stothard, was it your view as of last December that indeed recommendation 7.1 had not been implemented as recommended?
Mr. Singleton, thank you. I believe the intent of the recommendation and the department and DVA and CSE's efforts to ensure the intent of this recommendation to be met has been met. The manner in which we will deliver those services and that intent is what we are working through right now. Defence is primarily responsible for the wellbeing of transitioning Australian Defence Force members. That responsibility extends 24 months post the date of transition. The JTA has been established. Functions of those subsequent 5 bullet points are being met by the Department of Defence, the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Commonwealth Superannuation Corporation. The exact method of delivery and the future transition system are still under consideration.
You've given it quite a lot of consideration by now, haven't you?
Yes, we have.
Is it your view that the 5 functions, and they're still on screen, should go to the JTA? The actual function of the JTA itself, preparing and serving members and their families for transition. Do you think that that should go to the function be conferred on the JTA?
The ultimate litmus test for me is what's the best for the veteran and their family to improve their transition experience.
Absolutely.
So the method of that delivery will be judged and gauged against what will deliver the best service to the veteran and their family to ensure the system is simple, easy to navigate, starts early and involves families. How that is to be conducted has required significant deliberation and planning to ensure that a system that is transitioning right now, 6,500 veterans and their families per year, is transitioned to a new system in a deliberate, considered and safe way.
Sure. Would you agree with this? It's a matter for judgment on which minds might differ as to whether this first function, just to take an example, should go to the JTA or merely be overseen by the JTA in a monitoring sense. It's a matter for judgment that someone will have to make. Do you agree?
I do.
And the Productivity Commission examined this question and in 2019 formed the judgment that it should be a function of the JTA. Do you agree?
I do.
And quite properly, the government in all its pieces, Defence, DVA and so on, had to think carefully as to whether or not to accept that part of the recommendation. Do you agree with that?
Or it directed further consideration and required further advice to go back to the government to determine the method in which that intent will be met.
You've anticipated the next question. It had to make that judgment and it has sought the advice of relevant advisors, including yourself, on whether or not to confer this function on the JTA.
Yes.
And is there someone who has thought about this issue more closely and for longer than you have?
Potentially.
But potentially you more than anyone.
Probably.
And certainly you've given it a lot of thought.
I have.
As in the light of the last period, how long were you at the JTA? Just to be
18 months.
In the light of that, and now in your role overseeing it, and you're the technical authority for JTA, for transition now, what's your current opinion? Should this function be conferred on the JTA?
I'm still considering my position. The question you've asked is a complex question. Our sense of identity is to our service and our unit. And when we are transitioning our service and leaving our unit, as you've heard through lived experience testimony, staying with your unit, staying in your service is a very, very important part of that function. Ensuring that we deliver the best, consistent, tailored transition services to an individual has to be cognizant of that sense of identity and that belonging and that sense of comfort we gain from being with our team. Some individuals will require specific support, and that may not mean that they stay with their unit in their team. So the method of how we do this reform is too important to do quickly, to do without significant consideration and deliberation, and transitioning from this current system to a new system has required us to map where we are right now. So I am forming a view, but I'm hesitant to express to you right now whether the JTA should own those functions. Can I assure you, one of the options we are looking at is the JTA has a machinery government requirement and that it owns all transition functions as designed across the whole of government. That would be significantly disruptive, take some time, and may cause quite a degree of concern with how we meet the transitioning needs of individuals while we transition to that new system. But it is a system under consideration, and if directed to do so, we will do it.
And I appreciate the gravity and the sincerity with which you're approaching a grave matter. And there, no doubt, I base this on your answer, there are things that have to be checked and considered before a final decision is made. But almost 3 years after this recommendation was made, have you, and I'll come to the other panellists, but have you, Major General, come to a leaning, a sense that the likely correct outcome is or is not to give this function to the JTA?
I think one of the things I've learned is that service delivery, who delivers the service is important, but how it's delivered and ensuring that it's consistently delivered and that its assurance is monitored with a surveillance system very, very carefully is quite important. When you give an organisation the responsibility for service delivery, its ability to take a systems view, a process view, an assurance view is affected. So I am leaning towards a system that is better connected, better integrated, better synchronised, and most importantly, better assured, whilst for the majority of people who are leaving voluntarily and with great relationships within their units and their teams, that causes minimum disruption to them and doesn't overly complicate a system that's had so many resources thrown at it through single points of service delivery that we've made it more complex for the individual and their family going through transition.
Do you accept that when there's a serious issue, well, first, there is a serious issue here for some transitioning members. Some have significant mental health and other challenges, that during the deliberations on what to do ultimately, interim measures often need to be put in place to hold the fort or do the best you can on the available information. What significant measures, what are the most significant measures that have actually been put in place in the last 2 years?
So we've
More by headline, so we can then we've got the
Yep.
label and we can then do the research.
So we've consulted widely, internally and also externally, about where is the transition system at, how does it need to be improved. We've received a number of consistent lines of feedback with many other inquiries and reviews. It's complex. You don't normalise it. It's seen as something that is not normal part of service life. We don't involve families. We don't start the preparation early enough. We don't look after medical transitions enough. Some unit cultures aren't supportive of a transition system and all that it entails. And we don't stay connected with our people when we need to, when they suffer some difficulties in that post-transition journey. A number of inquiries and reviews have told us the same information. My assessment has been that since 2012, the concerns with the transition system have led to significant improvements in reform and reinforcement and resource allocation to single points of service delivery. Defence has reformed. DVA has veteran-centric reform. The Commonwealth Super Corporation has improved its customer service delivery. But the Productivity Commission report gave us an ecosystem view and said the JTA should look across that system from an interagency perspective, including academia, industry, veteran support organisations, ex-service organisations, the whole gambit. The value add of the JTA is to take the view of the veteran and their family and solve that complexity and better deliver the service for a better transition experience. So that consultation taught us that the existing problems still continue. When I came to work out where we wanted to head to, we had to determine where are we. So we had to map the transition system internally by type of transition to defence and our connections to DVA and CSC. That took a number of months because every time we got a group into a room to talk about what they did in the transition system and what happened to the left of them and what happened to the right of them, there was great inconsistency. We documented our processes in a revised transition manual. We established technical authority with the CDF and Secretary Directive. There is now not an authority or not a body responsible for transition processing. An individual is. I'm the accountable officer. Major General Fox was up till December. We are the accountable officers for how transition occurs. I am now the accountable officer for how transition occurs in Defence, and it's our linkages to DVA and CSC. So the mapping was very important, the documenting of the system was very important, and the governance process we put over the top of it with the steering group, linking to DVA, CSC, and all the elements of defence that conduct transition was important. We established a lower level working group to share data. We are now not just relying on lagging indicators about our transition system. We have now got data that is being further refined to give us a view of future transitions. How many, by type of transition, in what location, and we seek advice on the risk that we're seeing in certain areas that may be appearing with certain cohorts so that we can align our resources. For instance, the majority of transitions will seek to occur in the December-January period at the end of a posting cycle. but that is also a period of reduced tempo and a high-risk weather season, and a posting cycle for those support agencies that are providing support to transition. So we've simply given a feedback loop of let's avoid too many transitions in that period to ensure that the best service delivery occurs. And for any issues that are occurring in that period, we have resources ready to allocate. I've got more, but
Yes,
I'll pause there.
Yeah, what we'll do is get what you want to say in another fashion, because I've got to leave some time for the commissioners to ask you questions. So, Operator, could I just ask you to bring up DEF 9999.0004.0001 and then take us to .0030. While that's being done, Major General Fox, I'll just pick up on this consultation issue. There were a lot of consultations, I think we've agreed. In some sense, did they culminate in a forum on the 15th of September 2021, which tried to bring together all the themes? Now, what's on screen is a part of the Defence response to a Royal Commission notice to give information. Do you recognise that there's here Defence's summary of the outcomes of consultation, series of dot points?
Yes, I do.
Were there points that were proposed for the list by people at the meeting or elsewhere, but which were not deemed to be a result or an outcome of the consultation?
My recollection of that meeting, and it was conducted at a time where it was done virtually due to COVID, we had a post-it note board where we themed the conversations and points that were being made. So the points were put into these themes from that consultation.
But were there points or big points or themes that were rejected? You know, someone put it up and you or the forum judged that wasn't really an outcome, that it was a small minority view that is not properly included in this list.
I don't recall rejecting any point that was offered in that consultation.
All right, turning to the ones that are on the list, were any of these controversial? Not necessarily on the 15th, perhaps, but at any stage in the consultation process, did any significant dissent get expressed to any of these points?
No, not in relation to the points as you've put them there, as they are there.
Was any of them a surprise to you?
Considering I'd been engaged in the consultation on the JTA from the beginning, there were some great points and lived experience made that I'd not heard before. They were captured into these themes. The themes are not necessarily a surprise.
And indeed, each of these themes would have been thought of, and if not well known, to Defence back in 2019. Would that be right?
Yes.
Commissioners. Just one last question before I yield. Is the JTA conducting inquiries into individual cases where people have died by suicide? Perhaps I'll go to you, Air Commodore, and then I'll go back to Major General Stothard.
Not specifically. What we do look at, if a case is raised to us, is whether there were any systemic issues, whether it highlights a systemic issue.
Is there any system in place for you to be notified of people in transition, in the broader sense we obtained at the beginning? Are you notified of suicides during transition, or is it more ad hoc if you know?
At the moment, it's ad hoc, but it comes through the Defence Member Family Support, Member Family Services, Support Services.
Mr Singleton, There is a system inside Defence where deaths of individuals who are serving are notified through the command chain, and the Defence Member and Family Support Branch receive that notification, as does Department of Veterans Affairs.
But at the moment, no system for identifying and ensuring JTA knows about ones for people who were in transition.
Head people capability would be notified, and if it's in transition, it would still come through a command chain system. That system, which we would call a fatal CAS, is notified through a command chain. So because a person is in transition, they're still in the military, the command chain is still responsible for the wellbeing. So there is that system that does do that notification.
So there's a couple of different aspects. I'll just try and draw them out a little bit. In terms of, is it thought that the JTA, Air Commodore, I'll ask you first and then others can chip in, the JTA, are you studying the issue of suicide and its connection with transition as a particular project that you might be doing?
Not as a specific project.
Is it coming up as a part, as a reasonably well-defined part of another project?
Not suicide per se, but the human security framework is certainly, which is a factor when looking at the suicide, and it's been mentioned a couple of times over these hearings. The human security framework is.
Did you want to add anything briefly, Major General Stothart?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Singleton. Quickly, in my tenure as DG JTA, we were made aware of a suicide of a veteran post-transition. There was some circumstances around that caused us to review the transition support that was provided to that individual, and we found some anomalies with how the system was delivered for that individual. And we then subsequently put in some steps to, we made some changes in the manual governing the process of administration of transition to improve consistency of service delivery because of those anomalies that occurred in that individual's transition. We work closely with our DVA colleagues in this regard in terms of the feedback loop that occurred. All of the potential options for the JTA going forward for confirmation of its service delivery options involve assurance of the system, the transition system, and it will involve a degree of a lessons learned process and review of outcomes that have not gone as they should have. So there will be functions in the JTA that will look at ensuring the system is working as it should, and when there are anomalies, corrective action to be taken. It needs to be sensitively nested, looking at the transition process specifically, as opposed to the other investigative review organisations of the department.
Excuse me. I just want to clarify a definitional point, Major General Fox. You referred to commanders getting notification of deaths post transition. Is that for the fixed period of 24 months that's been mentioned earlier, or a different period?
Mr. Singleton, for clarification, I said the fatal CAS system operated for personnel who were still in service.
Oh, okay. So at present, is there any system for the ADF or a piece of it to be notified of deaths of recently discharged members, those who might be considered to be part of the transitioning process?
Where we become aware of it, or where DVA become aware of a death by suicide, DVA will notify us, or we will notify DVA, but it's not a formal documented system.
And the same would apply even for those who are well past transition?
So the 2-year period means that people can reach back for support. Sometimes people don't reach back for support and go on to other phases in their life and don't reach back for contact. We actually, if they're not undertaking reserve service, or even if they are, we're not always aware of their personal circumstances. and what might impact them unless they raise that to us, because they're not necessarily nested in a command chain system.
Is there any clear difference between those who are still in that early transition, the 24-month period, and later in life, or is it really much the same?
So
in terms of getting that information in practice, although there's no formal system in practice, do you get a lot more information about those who have recently transitioned?
No. So, and as indicated in evidence yesterday, if there is a death, we would like to be notified by births, deaths and marriages in relation to that.
Thank you. You've all been very patient with me. Commissioners, I've eaten into your time. And I've got one more question that I've just received, and then on
That's fine.
System, in the opinion of the panellists, should there be some attempt to come up with a systemised notification process? I'll just go around the table there, Commodore.
Do you mean to the JTA or who to?
To either the ADF or the JTA, but let's make a distinction if you wish. Perhaps with your leave, Air Commodore, I'll let Major General Fox go first.
If there's a death in community and there is a veteran, of course we want to understand that and want to be notified of that. Should there be a connection between government systems and the defence system? Yes.
Does anybody want to add or detract from that answer?
No, I support it, thank you.
I yield to you, Commissioners. I'm sure I've left you at least an hour.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Commissioner Brown?
I have a number of questions that I would like to ask. I guess just to start, I heard you say that the approach to transition discharge has changed since 2017. I apologise, can't see for the monitor. And that you've moved from a one-size-fits-all to a more individualised approach, and that's a positive movement. But with respect, I'd just like to put to you that perhaps it wasn't a one-size-fits-all approach even prior to 2017, because, as I understand it, there was an approach that depended on your length of service. So it wasn't actually one-size-fits-all.
Commissioner, you are absolutely correct. In 2012, it was based on your length of service and not on your need. And that's why in 2017 it commenced modernising to focus on the individual.
Thank you. And that's a very positive change. But from what I'm kind of appreciating from Mr. Singleton's questions and where the JTA is at, it seems as though that achieving that individualised approach is still very much a work in progress.
Commissioner, the service delivery component of transition is undertaken in Defence by a Defence Member and Family Support Branch that sits inside Head People Capability, his command remit as it stands at the moment. And that's the individualised service. The JTA, as it stands, is looking across the system, of which that is one component of it, as it develops options that will be examined for further service delivery improvements.
Okay, thank you. I also heard you say that in response to explaining the time frame for making changes and decisions and considerations, etc. And one of the points that you raised was around members and families going to be impacted by the change and therefore the need to do it very deliberately and carefully, etc. I guess I'd just like to put to you that members and families are being impacted by the current state, and wondered whether you had any response to that.
Commissioner, I accept that, and I just, in my mind, the JTA is looking at what we've got right now and reforming and improving and connecting and synchronising as best we can now to make sure that our current system is as good as possible to support the needs of members and families, whilst also developing that reimagining, looking at the looking at the PC report, looking at the Interim Commissioner's report, looking at a number of reports and thinking, how do we revise this? How do we reimagine it? How do we reform? So we are looking right now at how we improve the current delivery of services. How do we connect it? How do we have a better interagency approach with DVA and CSC? How do we provide that continuity of care? But also, how do we build to a better place? And how do we, once we decide and have approved what that model is, a deliberate plan for transition to it?
Commissioner,
Yes.
if I might add, the reform, that modernising that we talked about, based on the survey feedback that we have from our people transitioning, where we contact them 30 days after they've formally had that transition date. We then survey out to 24 months as well, asking for feedback, what was effective in that service, where there needed to be adjustments, where are they at with their employment or meaningful engagement or studying. And through that process, we are listening to our members and families and adjusting other reforms into that as we go. In minor reforms, but it's really important. So we talked about our at-risk groups being the young groups and the complex medical groups. Whilst we know that some people spend a substantial career in defence, they might actually retire from defence. That also is a program we're looking at to support retirement, because we weren't looking at that as a particular component. So we're capturing all that feedback and continuing to modernise based on what our people are telling us as we keep going. It's not static while we're waiting for the JTA to develop options.
Can I just ask what level of feedback you're getting? Like what percentage of transitioning members are providing feedback about your process?
Yes, Commissioner, I know that since we instituted the Reach Back In service about what additional support was needed, at least 1,600 people have reached back into defence. I don't have the actual specifics of the response to the surveys on me, but we absolutely can provide that to you.
Okay, if you could, that would be good. Can I just also ask, in terms of, you spoke about the consultation forum, and there were a couple of things there that, particularly from the lived experience perspective, had kind of raised your awareness around those issues. Is there lived experience input on the JTA steering group?
Commissioner, that's a good question. At the moment, it is officials, interagency officials. Periodically, I'm just at the working group level. We have had the intent, but we may not have achieved it, of getting recently transitioned individuals back in to talk to us about what it was like for them. Whether we did that or not, I can't recall, but it was certainly an intent that we did have. Your point is well made, and I thank you for it.
So can I take it that that might be something that you might take back and consider?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Could I ask two further questions? One is in relation to tailoring the transition supports to meet the needs of individuals. I guess what we have heard through lived experience evidence is that sometimes individuals don't know what they need, and they don't necessarily know it immediately after the discharge process either. So where are they to go if they're beyond their immediate kind of transition period, whether that's now 24 months as opposed to the 12? What are their options?
So, Commissioner, when the coach is so critical in the transition process, we have been working that model. What is happening at this point in time is a better awareness program that is being driven out into Defence about what's your game plan, what's plan B, to engage with that coach to work through that. Communicating across the 100,000 person organisation in Defence, we have to hit multiple channels, and that's what's being worked on, or that has been worked on for the last part of last year and is rolling out now. When we don't turn people away when they reach back into Defence. We then work with DVA, if they're a DVA client, to move into the transition or triage and connect process, or we work with the veteran support officers now to make sure that there is a pathway. Not all people are DVA clients. They are known to DVA because we provide that information, but not all people are DVA clients. So we are working to try and connect to other government organisations in relation to support. Where we find veterans who have recently transitioned that may need additional financial assistance, we work with some partner organisations to help them through that period. The Bravery Trust is one of those partner organisations that we work with.
Can I ask you, and sorry, this isn't my last question because it's a follow-on to that one. You said you work hard to hit the Defence personnel. Are you working hard, are those transition coaches working hard to also connect with the families? Because the families are an essential part of the support.
We communicate we have multiple communication channels. We communicate through Defence Families Australia. We communicate through the Defence Member and Family Support Branch. That was formerly Defence Community Organisation. There was a deliberate name change to make it more relevant that families knew how to contact it through the helpline and through mail out catalogues to families of Defence members. And also we encourage our people who are leaving to bring their families into those coaching interviews. We know when the family is engaged in the transition coach, there are better outcomes for the member and their family, because everyone understands then what plan might be on leaving.
And I suspect that the engagement of the families through that transition process will be better if the families are engaged during Defence service as well.
Yes.
Sorry.
If I could, Commissioner, very quickly, we're taking a broad view of family, a significant person in your life, and we do rely on the individual to link to the family. We are exploring some options as how we will go straight to families with our records and indicate to them that a transition system is happening. So we are trying to take a broad view of family and work very hard on engaging the family early as a protective factor.
That's very good to hear. My very last question, sorry, I just need to keep moving. My very last question is, I'm really interested to know your approach to preparing for the cultural shift from a military identity to a civilian identity, because we have heard so much about how challenging that is and, quite frankly, how poorly it's done to date.
Very quickly, Commissioner, in terms of what we're doing, under General Fox's leadership, Member and Family Support Branch have initiated a pilot study of a transition preparedness questionnaire that looks at the wellbeing domains about where you are and what you envisage at transition. The initial results are indicating to us that it's been a very good tool for the coaches to generate a conversation about where there may be weaknesses or areas of extra effort required. And the pilot is asking them to do it twice. So an early view of where you are, and then at the second interview with the coach, where have you progressed to? Have you been able to improve any of those domains from your initial assessment of where you were and the conversation that they've had with the coach? We're looking at how we might involve chain of command's view of an individual's preparation for transition. And of course, we have a body of work underway with a mandatory transition course that will look at those functions that Mr Singleton showed to us in the recommendations about how we meet those as well.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner, of particular note, in that human security framework, the respect and recognition is one of those domains.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
I have a question about some figures which I confess that Commissioner Brown drew my attention to some time ago. You may not be able to respond particularly, but there's a report by the AIHW delivered at the same time last year as the most recent update to the suicide figures. And the identifier in the court book is INQ.00001.1353, and the relevant tables are at pages 7 to 8. But what seems to jump out at one when one looks at the figures is that even with people who've served 10 or more years and who are relatively mature, 35 to 44, there's still a significant percentage both of medical separation, but perhaps more significantly of other involuntary separation. The medical separation is said to be 10.4%, but the other involuntary is 23.1%. And I suppose I ask rhetorically, why is it that there are perhaps those sorts of problems still surfacing with people who've had such a significant degree of service?
Without having a look at it, Commissioner, it'd be interesting to understand it. Again, any figures of medical transition is too high. We want to retain the health and
I know
wellbeing.
the medical is 10.3, and I can understand injuries, etc. But it's the other involuntary which...
Involuntary also includes age retired, like you've reached compulsory retirement age, that's considered involuntary.
Oh, I see.
So I'm not sure what would have been counted inside that 23.1 to break it out. If it was for discipline or administrative reasons, then I'm quite surprised and concerned as well.
These people were said to be aged 35 to 44, I think.
So sorry, that's not age retired. I need to have a look at.
So
it's at pages 7 to 10 of that document. No, sorry, 7 to 8 of that document. The particular table I'm looking at was on page 7, and on the right-hand column, you see the intersection of 10 or more years and 35 to 44. That's 33.6, and then if you go down to separation reasons, it's 10.4 medical and 23.1 other involuntary.
Yeah, but it's 10 or more years.
Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but...
Commissioner, could we look at that and come back to you with what that breakout is and how that's been rolled up? The lived experience of all the people that have been coming to this commission, the department takes, what we take incredibly seriously, to try and improve in whatever means we can within our remit, the support to people. And I cannot thank the people that are coming forward to help us get to a better place, because we all want to be in that better place. And Commissioner, what I was trying to let you know as well, we know we're not experts necessarily in family services, but we've partnered with the Australian Institute of Family Studies to undertake family research to help come back round and inform the family services deliveries. So where we don't have an understanding, we are trying to explore to make a difference to Australian Defence Force members.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have two quick questions, I guess. Major General Stoddart, I think, acknowledged a little bit earlier that sometimes you don't stay connected with people when you need to, when they've suffered some sort of difficulty after the post-transition journey. And I think we've certainly had a lot of evidence of that. I just, in that context, I don't understand why the military or the ADF, which is an agile organisation that's capable of making quick decisions in terms of deployment, equipment, response and so on, is on a 3-year decision-making cycle on issues that I think Major General Fox has agreed are not controversial. and should be acted on forthwith. If you're able to comment on that.
Commissioner, there are some things that we should have got out quicker than we have. And we need to work harder to get at a number of those matters that are, as you say, not controversial, not complex in terms of system integration. We're not so concerned about second and third order effects. That there are some things that we can do better every day. Incorporating a civilian transition plan into a career management plan, I think that is something that is relatively non-controversial and could be relatively simple for us to do. We've seen a lot of things to do, and we've been getting at a lot of things, but we haven't got at everything.
I understand, and it's not for a minute diminishing the amount of effort and thought that has clearly gone and is continuing to go into fixing these problems. Major General Fox, you have particularly been singled out by some witnesses as having done a great deal and contributed in a very significant way to trying to fix the problems. But what has been said to us repeatedly is that those who are in command closer to the ground are simply not doing what you are asking them to do or you wish they would do. We have had evidence of people who have simply fallen through the cracks, in their view, being rushed out of the ADF when their claims have not been accepted, their pensions have not been granted by the DVA or through the DVA, and therefore there's been some very sad evidence of people essentially starving in between the two organisations. Now, I note you mentioned about the Reach Back in Service program. When was that commenced?
So the Productivity Commission report was released in 2019. I know that the 12 months was happening at that point for the medical transition people to reach back in. I will clarify the date, but the 2-year window we extended certainly within my tenure in either 2020, towards the end of 2020 and 2021. I will clarify the 12-month reach back period, but it's certainly not older than 5 years. It's new, and so I'll clarify the date. It's not a former service. It's a contemporary service that has been offered.
Thank you, I appreciate that. One final question. How do you measure the performance of that program? Is there a sort of customer satisfaction survey conducted, or how do you get the feedback and make sure that it is meeting the needs that you want it to meet?
The post-transition survey has requests for feedback on effectiveness.
Sorry, just specifically in relation to the Reach Back service. Is there any plan to measure the performance of that program?
Yes. So for 24 months, we continue to send out information to people to feed back in that cycle what services they're actioning, where they need to get additional support from. So it's built into that same post-transition survey.
Sorry, if I can be more specific. Are they being asked if they're happy with what they're being given?
Yes.
And is there some statistic that might tell us what percentage are happy?
I'll have that survey provided for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Singleton, any matters arising?
Nothing from me.
Mr. Fordham?
No, thank you.
I understand that each of these witnesses can be released from their summonses.
We want to thank you for your evidence today, and Ms. Gregg as well, by video. I think you'll appreciate the complexities of the matters, and you've highlighted that for us yet again today. I don't think it's the last you've heard of us. Okay. I think we'll adjourn for lunch now.
The Royal Commission will adjourn until 2 o'clock. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Mr. Connor?
Commissioners, I call Ms Kate Pope, PSM, Ms Veronica Hancock and Ms Leanne Cameron.
Miss Pope, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Miss Hancock, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Miss Cameron, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms Cameron, you've been with the Australian Public Service for about 30 years. How long have you been with DVA for?
I've also been with DVA for nearly 30 years.
And you're currently the First Assistant Secretary in the Mental Health and Wellbeing Services Division.
That's right.
Operator, might you display exp.0002.0015.0046, please? I'll repeat that, operator. Now, the Mental Health and Wellbeing Services Division is displayed there in the first column of that document. I'll come back and ask you some questions about what that division does. Ms Hancock, you're currently the First Assistant Secretary of the Veteran and Family Policy Division.
That's correct.
And I think that's displayed in the eighth column, sorry, the ninth column.
Yes.
And how long have you been working with the DVA?
10 years now.
And what positions did you previously hold within the DVA?
When I first came to DVA in 2012, it was into the position of Assistant Secretary, Mental and Social Health Branch. I occupied various positions after that in broader health policy and mental health policy, and a year in compensation and income support policy before becoming First Assistant Secretary in my current role.
Thank you. You may need to bring that speaker a little bit closer to you. Thank you.
Sorry, in fact, could we ask all of the witnesses to do the same? Thank you.
Ms Pope, you've been in the Australian Public Service for 35 years. How long have you been with the Department of Veterans Affairs?
Almost 6 years.
And you currently hold the position of Deputy President, Veteran and Family Policy Group.
Just to be really clear, I'm Deputy President of the Repatriation Commission, and I also have responsibility for Veteran and Family Policy Division.
Operator, might you go back to display the two
columns on the right-hand side. And so you are both, that is, Ms. Pope and Ms. Hancock, within the Veteran and Family Division. Ms. Pope, you're also involved in the Strategic Planning Unit.
Yes, that's part of the group that I look after.
That you
look after, have responsibility for.
And when it says executive directors, who are they? Is that a group of people or?
They're two people who job share, and they are below the level of branch head, so they're described as executive directors.
Now, might we come back to look at these divisions? They're called divisions within DVA?
That's right.
Yes. Now, in the second column, if you display the first and second columns, please, operator. On the left-hand side, please, operator. Now, Ms. Cameron, might you tell us about what the, the left-hand side of the page, if you can, operator. Thank you, operator. Now, might you describe, Ms. Cameron, what the mental health and wellbeing services functions are, please?
Certainly. Mental health and wellbeing services is a service delivery division. We comprise 4 branches, as you can see there. The first is the Client Coordination and Support branch. It is responsible for our on-base supports, the staff that we have embedded in ADF bases, as well as our case management and case support function. We have a communications, external-facing communications, Open Arms Veterans and Family Counselling Service, and also mental and social health programs. So they're the programs that operationalise or allow us to operationalise the department's policies.
And the Client Coordination and Support, do you call that branch, do you, within the division? Yes. Now, how many people in that branch?
There's about 250, roughly.
And what about in the Open Arms branch?
Roughly 250. Sorry, so that's ASL, so we have part-timers, so there's a lot more people as such.
A lot more people. Mm. Now, sorry, a lot more people, that's the full-time positions is 250 positions. Yeah. And mental and social health program, that branch?
They're roughly around 60.
Right. Now, and communications, what about that branch?
30.
30. Now, what are the, in broad terms, the functions of that mental health and wellbeing services?
So we provide our on-base supports to currently serving members and transitioning members. We provide case management support to at-risk clients, and incorporated in that is a function we call Triage and Connect, which is, as the name suggests, a triaging service to get additional supports. We provide counselling to individuals, to families, group programs, etc. And the program functions around administering the contracts, for want of a better word, rules and parameters around what DVA can do to enable our frontline staff to deliver what they deliver.
Before we go into detail on any of those matters, operator, might you display a document DVA.quadruple9.0003.0001. This is the DVA's response to notice to give DVA-007. Now, if you might, you're familiar with that document?
Yes.
Each of you are familiar with that document?
Yes.
Now, did you play a role in developing this document, each of you?
Contributed to it, yes.
And you saw the final version of the document?
Yes.
Each of you has answered yes to both those questions?
Yep.
Yes.
Now, you're satisfied with the contents of the response? Each of you?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, that's each of the
Yes.
three. Now, might you also display DVA.9.0001.0090, and this is the response to NTG DVA-002 and this was an earlier response, and you're all involved in the preparation of this response?
Yes.
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 Each of you?
Yes.
And you haven't seen anything in that response that you wish to change in any way?
No.
No.
That's each of you.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, operator, might you display STU.quadruple0.0002.7513, please? Now, this Royal Commission is, of course, concerned with deaths by suicide amongst members and veterans. Now, this document derives from the AIHW response, and it in turn derives from information available to them. Now, you'll see here displayed from their documents. Each of you are familiar with the AIHW documents?
Yes.
Each of you study those documents carefully?
Yes.
Yes.
In your roles?
Yes.
I can take that's an answer by each of you to that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Now, we see amongst permanent and reserves here a total of 211 deaths by suicide, and this is amongst the population who have 1 day of service after 1 January 1985. And we have the ex-serving population here, and we see on the same basis a date of service after 1 January 1985, 1,062. Operator, could you just return to the document, please? Now,
I object to that question. I think the document says 2001.
Sorry, did I say an incorrect year?
I think you said 1985.
The document concerns deaths between 1 January 2001 and 31 December 2019, but concerns the cohort who've had 1 day of service after 1 January 1985 through to 31 December 2019. I'm sorry if I misstated something. Now, you can see the substantial number of deaths by suicide amongst veterans. These are substantial numbers, 73, 68 and so on. Now, have you looked at how many veterans are dying by suicide compared with other ways of dying in any of your analysis of this material? Who would like to answer that question?
I'm not sure entirely how to answer it, Mr. Connor. I'm trying to consider that. The AIHW does the work for us on suicide, as you know, and the data integration that gives this picture. I think they may be doing other work on other causes of death, and that may be reported in other reporting that they do, but it's not something that we have closely focused on.
Do you know what proportion of deaths by suicide are occurring amongst veterans in this studied population?
I believe it's approximately 8.2% of total deaths are deaths by suicide, if that's the question you're asking.
And when did you first appreciate that?
That percentage, I'm sure, derives from the most recent report. I couldn't say whether that 8.2% has been consistent through all the years that the reporting has covered so far. But it is the figure for
Did you personally identify the 8.2%?
I read it in the AIHW report.
You say it's in the AIHW report, do you?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, operator, might you display table 2, please? Now, in the population, there's a total number of people who have served at least one day since 1 January 1985, and that's as at 31 December 2019. So that's almost 373,500 people. And
Yes.
there's all that population of veterans who did not serve after 1 January 1985. What's the total veteran population that the DVA estimates who were alive?
AIHW's done work on the total veteran population for us as well, and their first reporting of that was in the profile of Australian veterans in 2018, and I believe the estimated number was about 640,000 at that time.
Now, how many of the 640,000 are connected with DVA?
It's a smaller percentage than that. I think it's around 260,000. That may not be accurate.
So something, what was your first figure?
640,000.
640,000 and about 200 and, did you say?
I said 260,000, but I don't know if that's correct. My colleague may have a...
So somewhat less than half are contacting with DVA.
I would say it's probably about half, yes.
Now, amongst those who have died by suicide, how many of those people had contact with DVA? Or have you not looked?
I can take that one, Kate.
Thanks.
It was roughly 50%, is my understanding.
And when did you do that analysis?
We've done that analysis since the AIHW has provided us with the data and names of individuals.
And is that the 21 September 2021 AIHW report?
I don't think it was in the report itself. It was post the report they provided us with names.
So what you've been able to do is get a list of those who have died by suicide by name and then cross-reference it to your the department's list.
That's correct.
And you're able to identify who and... Yep. Now, did you explore that any further as to the circumstances of the individuals' deaths?
We are looking at the names and what has surrounded each of the individuals that we are aware of, yes.
And so you're now aware of, is it 1,062 ex-serving veterans who have died by suicide, that's on that previous table as an element of the 1,273. That's the list that you have?
Yes, that's my understanding.
The list doesn't go back before that, beyond the 1,062?
No, it's directly related to the AIHW data.
Right. Do you know of anyone who's died by suicide who's a veteran in 2020?
We do. Suspected suicide, as has been reported to us.
Right, and have you any idea offhand, and you may well not, number of deaths in 2020 by suicide?
47 were advised to us.
And what about 2021?
59.
And what about so far in 2022?
As at the end of last week, 9.
9 people. How do you get advised of that?
We can be advised in many different ways. We get advice from families, from ex-service organisations, sometimes from rehab consultants, usually by telephone into the department.
Now, could you just describe the process, first broadly, of analysis of the circumstances of the individual deaths that DVA is undertaking?
We can I give a bit of context to that, Mr. Connor? Is that all right?
Certainly,
Yeah.
certainly.
So we have received funding under the 2021 budget to implement something that we're calling adverse events analyses. This is based on the health sector and aviation sector root cause analysis approach to investigating sentinel events. We've called it adverse events analyses because DVA can't always get to the root cause because it might not be something that we're aware of or have much to do with what the department delivers. We have the names and we are looking at the individuals and the data that we have on them, the information that we have on them, to start to look for any individual cases and any systemic issues that flow from what those individual cases are telling us.
And when did you start this process?
When we got the funding to do this work, which commenced from 1 July last year, and also when we got the names themselves from AIHW. Prior to that, in 2019, we did a proof of concept, a piece of work on a group of cases that gave us then the evidence and the information that would inform a request for budget.
How many people were the subject of the proof of concept analysis?
We did 2 adverse events analysis or root cause analysis type investigations, and then a group of what we call deep dives, so not as extensive, but I can't quite recall the number of those that we did.
When you say adverse events, is that only death by suicide?
It was death
only
by
death
suicide.
by suicide. And there's 2 things that you're doing. What was the label you gave the first one? The second one was?
A deep dive.
Deep dive. What was the first one called?
Adverse events analyses, and that's based on root cause analysis approach.
Essentially a root cause analysis approach. And what's the difference between that and the deep dive?
The deep dive is, that sounds silly, but it's shallower than an adverse events analysis, so it's not as rigorous or in-depth a look.
And are you within the department responsible for this, the adverse event analysis
Yes,
project?
that's my division, yes.
And which element of the division does that, which branch of the division does that occur in?
It's in coordinated client support.
And how many people have you got applied to that how many full-time positions applied to that analysis?
I'd have to get that information for you, Mr. Connor. I don't know off the top of my
Is
head.
it
We've
2
recruited
or 10
to
or
that.
20?
It's probably closer, I think. It's probably closer to 20 in terms of gathering the information and getting everything together. But in terms of who will carry forward in undertaking the systemic look, etc., you're getting closer to 10 then. A lot of groundwork in the first instance.
Now, have you any idea about how many deaths you've looked at so far beyond the proof of concept process?
I believe we have looked at all of the names on the AHW list or are very close to finalising that. And we've looked at the names that we have been aware of since 31 December 2009, those that are notified to us as suspected suicide.
Are you aware of any deaths by suicide outside the AIHW, list?
Only those ones since 31 December, those figures I gave you earlier.
Now, in doing the root cause analysis of these, the 1,062 deaths by suicide plus the more recent ones, how far have you got on that task?
We have got so far as to pull data together about the individuals, but we haven't commenced looking for more in-depth analysis for systemic issues, etc. We've been focusing on getting a team in place, making sure they're trained in the methodology, and then making sure that our governance in the department is appropriate too, because there would be nothing worse than getting to a group of recommendations and not actually having the arrangements in place to make sure that they're monitored and follow through, etc. So we're getting that all sorted.
Now, when do you think you'll have got to a point of substantial completion of the analyses that you're undertaking of these deaths by suicide?
I don't know that I could put a time frame on it because I'm not sure what there is in that for us. One of the deep dives that we did do as part of the proof of concept came up with some quite extensive recommendations, although not really systemic. They were recommendations that cut across a number of areas, so it could take us quite a while to get to an end point. And I would imagine that it would be work that would be ongoing every time, unfortunately, we are advised of another instance.
Now, there'll be documents that you'll be able to provide concerning in the proof of concept process?
Yes.
They haven't yet been provided, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Now, in terms of the deaths, the 9 deaths in 2022, have you explored any of those deaths by way of root cause analysis?
Not by way of the adverse events analyses or the root cause approach, not yet, and I'm not sure whether we will need to do a full adverse events analyses on all of them. It will depend on the circumstances and interaction with DVA, etc.
Could you tell us why you wouldn't have to do it on each of them?
Some of them are not very well known to the department. Some of them may have had very limited interactions with the department. Doesn't mean we won't look at the circumstances, but there might not actually be a lot of information that we have about some of these individuals.
Do you go back to the Department of Defence in relation to each of these individuals and obtain the entire defence record concerning that individual?
We do have some defence records that are already within the department, so if somebody has put in a claim for liability, then we will likely have some records, so we will. We are talking to Defence about different methodologies that they use in this sort of space. We haven't yet formulated exactly what the end process will wholly entail, but
This process commenced, of course, in 1 July 2021, and the Department of Veterans Affairs, I imagine, in exploring and carrying out a root cause analysis, and that's the first point. The second point is you've got the 2019 proof of concept study, and I'm asking you, did you get, you had quite a while to get these arrangements in place, is the first proposition. Second proposition is, did you get the whole of the Department of Defence documents for the proof of concept analysis?
No, we
get
didn't.
it. Did you ask the Department of Defence for it?
I don't believe we did.
Is there some reason for that?
It was only looked at in terms of the individual's interactions with DVA and what we knew of them.
Isn't it necessary to also see what has happened within the Department of Defence?
I think that we should be absolutely joined up in this space, and that is what we are working towards.
Now, that was 2019. Did you approach the Department of Defence then to join up in this approach?
No, we sought resourcing and funding was our priority so that we could actually commence this work and establish a team at our end.
Now, why can't this process be resolved within a week? That is the handover of all of the Department of Defence material to you to enable your root cause analyses of each of these deaths.
I'm not entirely sure I understand what you're asking me.
Why can't the Department of Defence, this is from your perspective, Department of Veterans Affairs, why can't the Department of Defence hand over all the records relating to, say, the 9 deaths by suicide this year immediately?
I can't answer on behalf of Defence.
Of course.
No, and I am not. We have been speaking to them about the processes they follow, but I don't believe we have even asked them for those records, if that's what you're asking me.
Yeah. So you've not actually requested the defence records for the individuals?
No, we are in the process of gathering our own records and making sure we have everything, and in establishing the team to be able to undertake the work that we need to do.
Do you see the Department of Defence materials as relevant to your analysis?
I think in terms of an overall perspective on the individual, it would be absolutely relevant, and I'm sure Defence would probably be interested in that as well. But I have absolutely no visibility of whether Defence has any issues or concerns or processes that need to be considered, because it's not something we've broached.
Is there any difficulty in the Department of Veterans Affairs writing this week to Defence to request the material for the at least the people who have died in 2021 and 2022?
I would need to check that with probably our legal services team, just to make sure that there's no privacy issues or anything like that. That's the only issue that comes to mind in that space. I'm not trying to delay. We just really need to stand up the capabilities so we are ready to do what we need to do.
Now, do you have enough funding to do this, or do you have to get additional funding? If this is to be done in the next few months, how do you fund it?
Well, we've received funding in the 2021 budget, and that's over 4 years.
I've seen those numbers. Are they sufficient for this process to occur?
Until we really get into the process, Mr. Connor, I can't say yes or no, but I will always happily take additional funding if it's on offer.
Have you got a broad idea of what the root cause analysis cost you. That's the proof of concept process. You would have had to formulate
did.
some idea about funding for each of these cases.
We did, and that would have been the basis for that was the basis for the request for funding. I just can't recall off the top of my head
what the amount was.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, and have you got an idea of whether the funding covers the exploration of the 1,062 plus 47 plus 59 plus 9 deaths by suicide? Does the funding presently cover it?
The funding was based on a number of staff that we would need to be able to effectively undertake a range of adverse events analyses each year. I don't think it was directly based on those exact figures as such.
So the 2019, there's 73, according to AIHW, deaths by suicide amongst ex-serving members. It was contemplated that, or are you suggesting it's contemplated that only some of the 73 might have a root cause analysis of their death?
Yep, so adverse events analysis. Yep. So we do not expect that all of them will, because only some of them were known to DVA, so there's not actually any information that we have about some of these individuals. And then some of the other individuals, the amount of information we have is quite limited. The ones where we do have more extensive activity would be the ones where we focused first, with the objective being identifying systemic issues that we can address. So where we have a lot of information, we will glean more from those than those where we only have a small amount of information.
In a sense, there may be systemic issues associated with the people who did not have contact with you, with the department.
There could be.
And you'll only be exploring those in a minor way, is that right?
I'm not even sure how we would start exploring them, because some of them we have had no contact with. They are not people who were known to us at all.
But there is a lifetime wellbeing approach and a whole of life approach to the care and looking after of defence members and veterans. Is that the department's following that approach?
We are.
Are you implementing it fully?
To the extent we're resourced to do so, Mr. Connor.
So there seems to be some funding shortcomings here to allow you to properly do that. Do you agree with that?
Authority shortcomings as well, and potentially legislative ones also.
Just on the authority, what are you speaking of there?
Under the present legislation, which establishes the Department of Veterans Affairs and gives us a role, our role is primarily as a compensation organisation. We are really committed to the concept of lifetime wellbeing and to looking after our veterans as best we can. But the information that we hold, for example, at this stage comes to us because a veteran is making a compensation claim. So as Ms Cameron said, when we are looking at a death by suicide, if it's not a person who has made a compensation claim and had some interactions with the department, we literally don't hold the information that would enable us to do any exploration looking for systemic issues. It's not that we are uninterested at all, it's just we literally don't hold the data.
But you presently made no request of the Department of Defence to provide you with that deceased person's material. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
And
I'm not sure that we have the legislative authority to do so, and I'm not sure that Defence would have the legislative authority to provide it to us, but would we be willing to ask? Absolutely.
Now, there is, of course, the covenant, which is, I think, 31 October, the Act, 31 October 2019. Now, you've looked at that Act closely?
In my case, not closely, but I have looked at it and I know broadly what it covers.
Now, the DVAs that got responsibility for particular acts, but what you're suggesting is you can't go outside go beyond the acts themselves. Is that what you're saying in the operation of the department?
Yes, well, broadly in the public service, each department has a set of legislation that it needs to follow, and that establishes the authority for what it's permitted to, in our case, in terms of service delivery, what it's permitted to deliver.
So you're saying that there appears to be a shortcoming in the authority given to the department to actually carry out this investigation into the deaths of members.
And not necessarily a legislative shortcoming. For example, housing could be an issue for a veteran that might contribute to moving in a direction of suicidal distress. We don't deliver housing. We do have the ability to deliver some emergency housing, but it's the responsibility of the states and territories. So our role is to work closely with the states and territories and with the providers of emergency housing and so on to address that need.
But we're speaking particularly here about deaths by suicide amongst veterans. And
yes, but the determinants of the causes of suicide for veterans are broadly similar to those for everybody in the community, while there are some that are specific to Defence Service.
Yes, but I'm directing the questions at the minute to the people who have tragically died by suicide and the investigation of those deaths. And you're saying that you believe there's a legislative shortcoming in the extent of the authority for you to investigate these.
It would certainly be much easier for us to pursue that broad kind of investigation if we had unambiguous legislative authority and the necessary resourcing to do so, Mr Connor.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned a third matter, or a second matter perhaps, in conjunction with authority, and I've just missed it. Do you remember that? I'll ask my junior. You said there were difficulties, and one was an authority difficulty.
Legislation and funding resources.
Funding is another difficulty. Now, do you each know of the concept of postvention?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, what has happened, there are 9 deaths by suicide that you've been informed about that occurred in 2022. In relation, what has the department done about activating any postvention?
I'll take that one. So when we are notified, actually, can I take it in 2 parts, if that's all right? One if it's a serving member and one if it's an ex-serving member. I don't think any were serving, but it might help the commissions if I go through both processes.
Just to clarify there, amongst the 47, 59 and 9, you're saying some of these may be serving members?
I don't think so, but we do have 2 processes and I thought that information might be helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah. So if somebody is serving and they complete suicide, we are notified sometimes by the family, but usually by Defence, and the Defence member and family support group take responsibility for supporting the family, remaining partner, etc., and notify us when they have consulted with the family and the family are ready to speak to us. So we will then assign a case manager that we call a service coordinator, who will work with the family or surviving partner to determine whether or not there are any claims to be made, whether the death was related to service or not, to help them through that process, but also to wrap around any other services and supports that might be required. Open Arms Veterans and Families Counselling will be offered. We will liaise with other government departments on their behalf as well, such as the tax office, if there are any implications and they need support. We will also liaise with community services, ex-service organisations, really act as a linchpin for that family to ensure that they get the social supports that they may need, but also that they can understand how DVA processes work and how we might help them to navigate those processes. The difference with someone who is no longer in the ADF, who has transitioned, is that we obviously are not notified usually by Defence, it's by a family member, and we will reach out with a DVA staff member, but also with clinical support, so usually an Open Arms counsellor as part of that first discussion, and then it moves into the same sort of supports that I talked about.
Is this process described in a document somewhere, what your system is?
I believe so, yes.
And what's the title of that document?
It'll be Service Coordination Procedures or some such.
Thank you. Now, you're told at a point in time in the day, when's the first contact?
How long does it take after we're notified? It will depend. It can take quite a while if they're serving.
Sorry, if you're you're told of a death by suicide.
Yeah.
How long does it take DVA to act?
Okay, so if we're being notified, we're acting straight away on that notification. The notification will come in usually, could be on our general inquiry line or some such, and those frontline staff are trained on how to take a death notification and then work through what information is needed to ensure records are updated to reflect the death, but also then pass that on to our service coordination team, so that it's by phone, so the contact is immediate.
Now, just going back to the notification of deaths by suicide amongst Defence personnel. Have you been notified of any this year?
Not that I'm aware of.
And what about last year?
I can't recall. I'm sorry. I'd have to look back through and let you know.
And what is that? Why is that happening? You're being notified about Defence, members of Defence dying by suicide.
We are notified by Defence with all fatal casualties, so that we can put supports into place, and we are ready to support the surviving spouse, partner and family, whether that is in terms of claims or also counselling services. And if the death is related to service, there's also possibly some commemorative issues that need to be addressed.
Thank you. Commissioners, I was going to move on to another matter. Do Commissioners have any questions on that general territory?
Thank you, Mr. Connor. It might be good to do that just in tranches. Commissioner Brown?
I have a number here. Sorry, you've caught me by surprise. I haven't organised them. I guess I'm struck by what you were saying, that you have a process for ex-serving veterans who are clients of DVA because you hold information. You aren't as enabled for those who are not clients of DVA, primarily because you don't hold much information. I guess what strikes me about that is the statements, when I recall last week's hearing, and we had statements from the service chiefs, and I can't recall which one, but one of them was very clear in his expectation that it was DVA's responsibility to look at the deaths of ex-serving personnel. So he's very clear that it wasn't Defence, and you're telling me that it's not necessarily DVA. So I am wondering, does anyone have responsibility?
Aside from the coronial system, there is a gap, Commissioner.
Do we know, well, Mr Connor has, I guess, essentially pointed out the size of that gap, which is about 50% of the 1,200 or 1,100.
So we're starting to address that as best we can, for example, by the inclusion of a question in the census last year for the first time as to whether a person has defence service, which will start us on a pathway of understanding more about people who have served but are not in contact with DVA.
The number's not likely to get any smaller though, is it, in terms of...
The number of ex-serving people grows by between 5,500 and 6,500 every year as they transition.
One of you did say, and I'm sorry, I think it was you, Ms Hancock, who said what you need is unambiguous legal authority and funding if you're going to investigate the deaths of all ex-serving people. So that's a really important point. Just in terms of the approach that you're taking with your adverse event analyses, have you looked at the approach that Defence takes and aligned in any way your approach and their approach? Because at some point one would think there would be some value in bringing them together.
We have spoken to Defence and we have also spoken to the Inspector General of the ADF to look at where we can make sure that that alignment does exist. But we are still in the process of firming up what our processes will be.
Okay, but there is an intent to align. And just in terms of the budget bid that you made to seek the funding that you got, you said you based it on the proof of concept work. Can I just ask, did you get what you asked for?
That is a good question. I don't know. I would have to check back.
I'm objecting to it anyway, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll withdraw that question. That's fine, that's enough for me, thank you.
Commissioner Douglas?
Do you have any formal links with the coronial system in any of your...
Commissioner Douglas, your microphone.
Thank you. Do you have any links, formal or otherwise, with any of the coronial systems in the states or territories to assist you?
We don't have any formal links, but we have reached out to them on a number of occasions, and certainly in when it's a claim is in and it is a claim that is related to a death, we do reach out to the individual coronial systems regularly to because that piece, the information that they are seeking to resolve in terms of the nature of the death is absolutely important to our processes. So I wouldn't say we have a formal system, but we do reach in.
And the coronial systems suffer from the same problem, don't they? That they don't necessarily know whether the deceased is an ex-service member or not.
That can be the case, yes, as I understand it.
Thank you. Just two brief questions. I just want to be clear. So those ex-members of the ADF who have not engaged or are currently engaged with the DVA and who suicide, essentially you have no connection to that nor responsibility to look at anything that happened.
We have no connection. we feel a sense of responsibility, but it's such an early stage in the adverse events analysis process that we are focused on the ones that we do know at this point. It doesn't mean that we would rule out consideration and thought being given to how we might look at the other.
So that's looking at the future. But
Yeah.
up until
Yep.
now,
Yep.
is it fair to say that has been the case? DVA has not become involved in any of those suicides of people who have not engaged with DVA?
If they haven't engaged with us, we, apart from being advised by AHW, we would highly likely not even be aware.
And I think it was yourself, Ms Hancock, that said that it's difficult, if not impossible, to do analysis of suicides because you don't hold all the data on people who are ex-members and that you're not sure if the legislative access that's given to you is sufficient. Leaving aside the issue of resources, there's been 9 suicides that you've mentioned this year. Is there not an attempt to look at the data that you do hold, not necessarily going to Defence or ADF, but about, if somebody has been waiting for 20 months to get access to mental health support and he suicides, is that something you would have to look at?
That is absolutely the sort of thing we would be looking for.
And is that happening?
That is what we're doing right now.
This is through the adverse event analysis
yes,
program?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
When did that commence?
We got funding from 1 July of last year, and we started to stand up a team then with the funding. So it's in the last probably 8 months that we've commenced this work.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Connor.
Sorry, could I just ask one further question I meant to ask before? Do you engage the families as part of your adverse event analysis?
We didn't in the proof of concept, but that is definitely what we would want to do as part of the process going forward from here.
Thank you, Commissioners. You could have got the list of names from AIHW going back to 2015, couldn't you? That's the DVA.
That's the list that I was referred to.
Yes, but you could have done that in 2016. You could have done it in 2017. Is that correct?
I can't answer that.
But doesn't AIHW have a list of names? As at that time, they've been doing a 2016 report, 17 report, 18. But you didn't request the list of names at that time?
We didn't, that's correct.
Is there any reason for that?
In part, Mr. Connor, it's because certainly the initial runs at the ongoing suicide monitoring process were trying to find a process that worked. So DVA is the funder of this process. We're the initiator. The data to actually do it comes from Defence on the one hand and the data held by AHW on the other, as the AHW witnesses, I think, explained last week. So the inspiration for starting this work was that we didn't know the size of the problem and we felt a very pressing need to understand better what the actual size of the problem was, and the first runs at the suicide monitoring report were the first time we had a better understanding of what was actually going on. They weren't designed to support an adverse events analysis type capability, and it was only later, as we understood, first of all, the robustness of the data that we were now getting and understood the opportunity that that afforded us, that we sought the funding for the adverse events analysis process.
I haven't got the sheet in front of me, but there were in the first report, there's hundreds of deaths recorded.
464, I think.
That's in the quality assessment. I think it's 419 in the previous year's one. Didn't respond to that time.
So we were not resourced to do adverse events analysis at that time. So the report served its originating purpose of informing us in a much better way, and also understanding some of the systemic factors at work, because that's the other part of the analysis that AHW does. But no, we didn't start the adverse events analysis type approach until later.
Now, Commissioner Douglas has asked you about interaction with the coronial system. Are you aware of the interim suicide registers?
Well, where they exist, Councillor.
What do you know about them?
That they're operated by some of the coroner's functions within the states, but they're not something we have direct engagement with.
Could you tell me what you know about the interim suicide registers?
I can tell you what I know, which is, I understand it's a list of suspected suicides that are being worked through by the coronial system. That's really all I know.
All you know?
That's all about all I know.
Does anyone else know anything about the interim suicide registers?
Nothing beyond that, but I do believe they do assist us with some of the claims process, because they do have interim findings that help us with that in that respect. We don't have to wait until the full coronial.
Do you know what the interim suicide registers are based on?
I don't know.
The interim suicide register, for example, in Queensland and Victoria, is available within the days of death. And it's constructed on the basis of police forms to coroners. Now, there's a list of people then identified as possible, probable, beyond reasonable doubt, deaths by suicide within days of deaths. DVA is not utilising any of that data set at all at present.
I'm not aware of that, but that does not mean that somewhere in the department somebody else doesn't have a much better awareness than I do.
Who, in what division might that person be?
Potentially client benefits division, because when there is a contact from a family in relation to a death of a veteran, in investigating the potential compensation in relation to that death, the claims process may reach out to coronial jurisdictions for information.
This is not necessarily part of the coronial system. It's anterior to the coronial system. That's the interim suicide registers.
I'm not aware.
No.
Not aware?
No.
Now, DVA could cross-match their list of people within its system, list of veterans, with the names and addresses that appear in the interim suicide register within days of death. They're an ongoing basis. Do you see any difference with that? You may not be in a position to respond to that until you become familiar with the interim suicide registers. Who within the department should become familiar with the interim suicide registers?
I would assume it would be my division, and I think that is a good idea, and I do think that we will probably find there is a number of things as we go through the establishment of this capability, the adverse events capability. There'll be a number of ideas like this that come up that we will grasp.
Thank you. Operator, might you display INQ.quadruple0.0001.2216? This is the at 2294, please. .2294. This is recommendation 17.4 from the Productivity Commissioners and, of course, from June 17. Now, in the response that the DVA has given, next 17.4, which is just a little bit further down. Thank you. Now, you're familiar with 17.4?
Yes.
What are the elements of 17.4?
It's a recommendation for a new veteran mental health strategy comprising a number of elements listed in the dot points below.
And you've responded, that is, the department has responded saying the intent of recommendation 17.4 has been implemented.
Yes.
Is that each of your views?
Yes.
What do you mean by intent?
The recommendation and the chapter of the report in which it sits were critical of the then DVA mental health strategy, which had been in place since 2013. The Productivity Commission took the view that the strategy was outdated and urgently needed to be updated, and hence a new veteran mental health strategy was developed. So in that sense, the intent of the recommendation that DVA proceed with a updated strategy has been met.
That's not what this thing is about, with respect. It should urgently develop a new single strategy for veterans' lifetime mental health, and that is both the Departments of Defence and Veterans Affairs should collaborate on developing this new strategy. That didn't happen, did it?
We collaborated on developing our strategy to align with the defence strategy that had been released just a year prior, but it is correct, it's not a single strategy at this time. And
I think in your responses you've said there's not going to be a single strategy until 2024.
Yeah, our intent is that the strategies are both on foot until 2023, which gives us time to develop a new joint strategy. It's a complicated and very challenging piece of work.
This was the Productivity Commission's recommendation was made on the 27th of June 2019.
That's right.
You've issued the DVA strategy in May of 2020. Why didn't you initiate a joint strategy, cooperate on a joint strategy in accordance with the Productivity Commission's direction or recommendation in June 2019?
We discussed it extensively with our colleagues in Joint Health Command at the Department of Defence. It simply wasn't possible to do the underlying work necessary to produce a joint strategy. If I might explain the reason for that complexity, it may help the Commissioners, Mr. Connor. So the fundamental issue that we need to resolve in order to proceed with a single strategy is that the Defence mental health strategy at its heart is about keeping a fighting fit workforce, and its strategy covers its civilian workforce as well as its uniformed workforce. The DVA mental health strategy is about living well and ageing well, and has a focus on supporting people throughout their lifetimes. What we need to work at resolving with Defence, and we would strongly prefer to do this in close consultation with people with lived experience, veterans and current serving members, is a strategy that meets both those needs of a fighting fit workforce, but also the lifetime care that DVA wishes to provide. And it's a complicated enterprise. It needs to have a number of disparate elements that don't neatly fit together, and our preference would be to spend the time to do the work properly. So we understand from a current serving member and veterans' point of view, they're one person, one strategy makes complete sense, and we absolutely agree with that. Getting there is not as simple as it sounds, and we want to do it properly.
Are you getting resistance from Defence on occasions in this territory?
No, I would describe our discussions on this as productive.
Are you working on it today?
Not today. Our intention is to start working on it around the middle of this year. It's resource dependent for us. I can't speak for Defence. It's resource dependent for us as well, and we would anticipate spending about 12 months working on it, so from the middle of this year to the middle of next year.
And you haven't done it earlier? Why was that again?
Well, having produced the Veteran Mental Health Strategy in 2019, released in 2020 and on foot until 2023 to align with the end date of the Defence Strategy on foot at the time, it seemed a good way to give us adequate time to do the work. So we have a strategy in place which is considerably updated from the previous 2013 iteration that sees us through, in effect, on an interim basis until 2023, when our aim is to produce the single strategy to which the Productivity Commission refers.
Now, you'll notice the final paragraph of 17 point. Sorry, my apologies. Oversight, the final paragraph. Now, there's no oversight, independent oversight, is there, of the implementation of the Veteran Affairs May 2020 strategy and action plan?
Not at this point, that's correct.
Will it happen in the next few months, or it's not contemplated?
Not contemplated at this time. It was overseen by the Prime Ministerial Advisory Council on Veterans' Mental Health until the expiry of that body at the end of June 2021.
Now, just to speak about the DVA strategy and action plan itself, there are groups people that can face particular problems. And even you present greater risk of dying by suicide. The Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, one perhaps group, and another LGBTIQ group. We don't see very much reference to those groups. Little, if any, reference to, to those groups in the strategy.
We'd agree that is an omission, Mr. Connor.
So have you identified a series of shortcomings in your present strategy?
I'm not sure that I would characterise it as shortcomings, but there are certainly many ways in which we would like to improve it, for example, by consideration of the particularly vulnerable groups that you just referred to. Yes, there is ample room for improvement.
Have you started identifying what, if any aspects or elements of the policy need improvement?
Not in a formal sense at this point, although we would expect to start that work very shortly.
You mean you've done no work on it so far and you expect to start it shortly?
Yes, that's correct.
So there's no document showing your present analysis of the existing strategy?
That's correct.
And when do you intend to start analysing this strategy?
Over the next few months, this is with a view, as I said, to the bulk of the work taking place from mid this year to mid next year.
So you'll be able to point out within a few months how your thoughts about the existing strategy and how it might be improved?
Yes, I say that with a slight hesitation, Mr. Connor, because actually our thoughts on it are not the most pertinent. The most pertinent would be the opinions of veterans and their families, and we would be very keen to work in a co-design way so that the ultimate strategy that's produced is something that reflects what the community's view is of what a strategy should contain.
Of course, but the Department of Veterans Affairs will have its own views on the limitations, the shortcomings perhaps in the existing policy.
Yes.
That they then might take to the broader community, the veteran community.
Potentially, yes.
So would that document be available in a few months?
Yes, well, I would expect that we will have a consultation paper or a discussion paper of some kind to initiate a review, yes.
Just, if you wouldn't mind, come to the topic of DVA Coordinated Veterans Care, or the CVC program. Operator, might you display DVA.007.001.0010? And this is the document called White Card Holder Expansion 1 July 2021. And you'd be familiar with this document?
Yes, we've read the document.
Read the document. What branch of DVA is primarily responsible for this?
Client engagement and support services.
Is that part of your...
No,
so,
it's the one next to mine on the org chart there, Mr.
Right.
Connor.
So now you may be able to... there seem to be some limitations in this process. I'll just come to perhaps a few of them and ask you some questions about them. One has to have a mental health condition to be eligible for the white card holder. Do you know what kind of, is that a DSM-5 mental health condition, or is...
It might help the Commissions if I explain very briefly the Coordinated Veterans Care Program, because then the expansion makes more sense.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the Coordinated Veterans Care Program is a program which provides coordinated care through a general practitioner and practice nurse It was designed and introduced in 2011 really to help veterans who are frail and aged with the conditions of older age. So its stated aim was to reduce hospitalisations, and it's been very well received by the general practices who use it and the patients who then have the benefit of it's an initial assessment and then a quarterly review by the GP or the practice nurse, and it has delivered real benefits in terms of both reductions in preventable hospitalisations, but also in the sense of wellbeing in the individual veterans who are patients. The expansion of the Coordinated Veterans Care Program, which happened in the middle of 2021, was saying for the first time, instead of the program being limited to those frail elderly veterans with the diseases of older age, that benefit of coordinated care would be available to another group of veterans. These are people who have, in DVA terms, an accepted mental health condition. So they've made a claim for a mental health condition. It's been accepted as service caused, and they have a white card as a result.
It has to be chronic, the condition?
No, they have to have the accepted mental health condition in order to meet the technical eligibility requirement. After that, they need to have a need for coordinated care to manage their chronic conditions. So if you have, for example, just a mental health condition and you have a psychologist and a psychiatrist who are treating you, your need for coordinated care is not so great. In fact, the cohort we were thinking of when expanding this program was people who have chronic pain and a mental health condition. And that was the sort of policy inspiration for the expansion.
What about someone who has attempted suicide? You're told that they've attempted suicide. What happens there?
So DVA wouldn't necessarily be told that a person had attempted suicide, although there may be a hospital admission, for example. But the Coordinated Veterans Care Program is really about the relationship between a person and their general practitioner, their primary carer.
Is DVA looking for people who may be experiencing one, suicidal ideation, two, attempts to die by suicide?
Shall I? Yep. So, Mr. Connor, I go back to the adverse events analysis work that we've commenced. Suicidal ideation and suicidal attempts was also part of the basis for wanting to implement this process. We are currently looking at our data. It is very difficult for us to identify that sort of information, unfortunately. Our systems are set up to basically collect information for claims, and suicidal ideation and attempts is not a specific field, but we are working with our data team to see what we can pull to add further to the adverse events analysis. So it's not just about suicide, but about suicidal ideation or attempts.
I notice the time, Commissioners.
We'll take a short adjournment for 10 minutes.
The Royal Commission will now adjourn until 3:40. Rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Connor.
Thank you, Commissioners. Just ask you a couple of more questions about the coordinated veterans care and its expansion. If someone contacts the DVA, or you hear from a medical practitioner or a psychologist that someone is experiencing suicidal ideation, suicidal thoughts, there was attempted suicide, what do they fall within the expanded coordinated veterans care system?
Can I take that?
Yes.
Yeah. So they could actually fall, Mr. Connor, within a range of supports that we could make available. If we are contacted about somebody who has suicidal ideation or an attempt, that contact would go through to our triage and connect team that I mentioned earlier. They act as the gateway through to additional supports, and they may well recommend participation in a CVC and work with the coordinated veterans care within that program, and recommend to the veteran, the family, or to the treating practitioner that that's the way to go. But there are a range of other supports that we could put.
Has that happened? Sorry to interrupt you there.
Sorry.
My
No.
apologies. Has that happened so far as the CVC, the expanded CVC system has been in operation?
I would say yes, but I couldn't quantify that for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, that system has process elements, and someone has to decide something to actually allow them in. What is the time frame on that process?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the question. Sorry, could you rephrase that?
You don't automatically get in. You don't put your hand up and say, I'd like to participate in the coordinated veterans care program. There's a process that is laid out. The details are not here, but it involves a decision by the Department of Veterans Affairs to allow you to join that process. And there must be some people within the Department of Veterans Affairs deciding that. Is that the case?
That would be the case, but I don't think anyone on this panel would be the ones to answer that.
Thank you very much. Now, coming back to the very significant matter of the veterans dying by suicide, and particularly the responsibilities of the Department of Veterans Affairs in relation to that matter. Just ask you some questions about that. Now, of course, the number, the 1273, don't include anyone who died by suicide, who did not serve a day after 1 January 1985. So have you been able to identify any deaths by suicide of people from that cohort, the pre-85 people?
I believe when you questioned the AIHW earlier, they talked about the work they are doing on improving the data available prior to 1985 and the issues with defence data prior to that time.
Has Department of Veterans Affairs done anything in this concerning that cohort?
We are the funders of AIHW to do that work on our behalf.
But have you got any information yet from AIHW concerning the pre-1985 people?
Not to my knowledge.
So every year, Mr. Connor, we work with AHW to try and improve the reporting, to expand the pool of people that we understand enough about, and to improve the data quality to the extent that we can. As Ms. Pope said, our role is principally as the funder and the policy driver of this work, but we don't hold the data. So, for example, the expansion of the work for the report released last year to include that pool of people back to 1985 was because they worked AHW worked extensively with Defence to get access to personnel systems that were the precursor of the current PM Keys system. So we are really keen to understand more and will continue to fund the work, but the control of the data inputs is not with us.
I understand that. Now, the pre-1985 work, just withdraw that question. The Defence is not funding any part of the AIHW work?
In-kind support by providing the PM Keys data, but not actual funding.
Now, the Department of Veterans Affairs has limited funding for AIHW work. Is that the position?
We received some funding in the budget last year, which is the first time we've had budget funding specifically appropriated for this work.
And how much money did you get there?
It's 1.2 million per year ongoing.
Hasn't that been reduced from a figure that was 2 million a year?
It's a difficult question to answer yes or no, and I apologise for sounding a bureaucratic, which I am really about to. Prior to the specific allocation of funding through that budget, we had found various ways of resourcing the work that we wanted AIHW to do for us. So in fact, I think there were several different sources of funding over the years, none of which was assured or ongoing. So the change with the budget appropriation was that it is now a budget appropriation and is ongoing, and we don't have to look for other ways to fund that work.
Can you afford within that budget of $1.2 million to go back and to instruct AIHW to examine the pre-1985 people?
They're already doing that work at the moment.
That's happening at the minute?
Yes, that's what the evidence that Ms Gates gave
Thank you
last
very
week.
much. Yep. Now, are there other projects that you want AIHW to do that you don't presently have funding for?
Potentially, yes. That said, for this, the arrangement with AHW, if I might just explain for context, we have a memorandum of understanding between us and the Institute, and that goes for a number of years. So the present one is 2019 till 2024. And then each year we'll have a schedule under that memorandum which sets out the work program for the year. So in the present, each year we'll say we want to do the ongoing suicide monitoring report, and then there's other work that we commission in addition to that. This year's work is a really substantial piece about welfare of veterans, which AHW will use the multi-agency data integration project, a cross-government agency data project, which is pooling a lot of data of specific interest to us because it's about the various domains of wellbeing. And that work is really important to us. So the present schedule covers AHW doing both those pieces of work for us, the ongoing suicide monitoring and the analysis of welfare through the project known as, by its acronym, MADIP, Multi-Agency Data Integration Project.
Now, do you know whether any of the 9 deaths this year are from a population who served prior to 1 January 2000?
Not off the top of my head, but we could let you know that.
So you're able to do that in a real-time way as we progress from here, be able to be notified of a death and then investigate when that person served?
We should have that information.
May I add a proviso, which
Yes.
is that they may not have been ruled as suicides by the coroner at this point, those 9 deaths.
Of course, but that process can take 2 or 3 years.
That's right.
Do you wait are you suggesting we wait 2 or 3 years?
No, I meant that the analysis that AIHW does is of coronally certified deaths.
I understand that. Have you ever contemplated doing an analysis with AIHW based on the interim suicide registers that are available within 3 days of the end of the year?
Not to my knowledge, we haven't asked them to do that work.
That could be explored with AIHW. You don't see any difficulty in that occurring?
No problem.
The AIHW spoke of their getting hold of information quickly to do their analysis. You haven't, DVA hasn't instructed AIHW to carry out any analysis of the 2021 population yet. Is that correct?
The AIHW analysis, as Ms Pope says, is based on coronally certified deaths by suicide. So the 2021 deaths will be in the report in 2023.
It seems to be a very slow process.
There is a lag, yes.
And have you thought about ways that this can be done more promptly?
Yes, we have.
What are those ways?
So, well, we've thought about what we're trying to achieve with the development and the production of these reports. And our aim is to ensure that robust and accurate information about deaths by suicide is made publicly available as soon as possible. At the moment, our understanding is that the best way to be sure that the information is robust and reliable is to await the coronial determination and work from that information in the National Death Index, which is what we are doing at present.
Are you familiar with the work of Professor Belinda Carpenter from Queensland and Professor Tate concerning the variability in the coronial process for identifying a death by suicide?
I'm not familiar with that specific work, but I understand the concept that you're referring to.
Now, might I ask you some questions about the registrar, the psychiatric registrar situation? And I'm referring to the response, and it's paragraph 6.7 of the response. Now, what has been established is what was proposed, it appears from the document, that there be 10 psychiatric registrars, training positions for military and veteran psychiatric training.
That's correct.
And you said on the 24th of March, I think, sorry, the 24th of February, that you expected the first intake of the program to be in 2022, February 2022. Has that happened?
Yes.
And 10 positions?
Yes.
And where are they training?
I'm sorry, I can't recall the specific details, but they are basically Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia and Western Australia.
And how do they have a military connection in that training?
So each of those placements needs to be in a suitable place for the supervision and the practice to be related to military and veteran mental health. So, for example, a number of the placements are in Concord Repatriation Hospital, the Jamie Larkham Centre in South Australia, where the practice is largely veteran and military psychiatric.
Are there any within the Defence Force itself?
I'm not sure. There might be one at the ADF Centre for Mental Health. I'd need to check.
Now, have those, there's been funding for 1 year for those?
There's funding which supports 10 placements each year for 3 years.
Does that, they fund their entire training, do they? The 5-year training or 6-year training?
No, that funds a 6-month rotation. So the 10 placements each year will each do a 6-month rotation.
And there's 10 placements next year?
Yes.
And there's presently none for the 2024, is that right?
The intention is that the program will run each year for these 3 years.
For 3 years only?
Yes.
Was there some, was DVA involved in that process, in formulating that idea?
Yes. So this is a budget-funded proposal from the Veterans Affairs portfolio, yes.
And now, access to psychiatrists, we've heard from previous evidence, can be very difficult.
Yes.
And also very slow. And there can be extended periods between a person having a problem, a life difficulty, and getting access to, in the first instance, say, or a psychiatrist. Does the department, in broad terms, find that a difficulty?
We are very concerned about access to mental health services generally, including psychiatry. That was the motivation for the Psychiatric Training Places program. In general terms, there is a workforce shortage for the whole population of mental health providers, including psychiatrists, and that affects veterans as well. There are two other factors which are important, if I might mention those briefly. So one is that aside from the workforce shortage, the number of DVA eligible veterans continues to increase as more claims come in and more claims are accepted. So there are more people seeking treatment under DVA arrangements, and the other I've completely forgotten. Sorry.
Have you ever contemplated a system where you induct or existing psychiatrists into an awareness of the military system?
Thank you for reminding me of the other thing I wanted to say. When a veteran is accessing services using their DVA card, it's a card which offers people ultimate choice of provider, really. You can use your card at any provider who is willing to take it. DVA does not, by and large, arrange a person's psychiatric treatment, as would happen with any other person seeking treatment in the health system. You would see your GP. Your GP will refer you to the appropriate specialist. So DVA generally won't have visibility for people seeking services in the health system. If they're having trouble finding a psychiatrist, for example, then they can ring DVA and we'll help them, for example, by informing them of where there are providers in their local area who have provided a DVA card service in the last 12 months, so they have some idea of where to start looking, but we can't warrant the quality of the treatment that they will provide. We do provide we provide training for various medical practitioners and providers, which introduce them to military culture, and there is specialist training of various kinds. For example, for GPs, there's trauma training, which is useful for psychologists.
May I add to that, Mr. Cotter? We also contract Phoenix to provide a community of practice for trauma recovery programs, and also a practitioner support line for anyone who is dealing with an individual veteran, supporting them and needs advice, and that can include that trauma-informed and military-aware training and support.
And in looking at the root cause analysis studies of the persons who've died by suicide, you'll be exploring the consultations and so on that
We will absolutely look at their service usage across the whole department, including pharmaceuticals, all different sorts of health providers.
And you'll request information, will you, from the treating people, or what will you do there?
I can't confirm, but my expectation would be that that is what we would do, yes. Can't confirm because I'm not sure exactly what the process is going to look like, if you see what I mean. But that's my expectation.
And Commissioner Brown asked about engaging families. I've just forgotten the answer to that.
Yes.
And how are you going to do that?
In a very supportive way, and we will make sure that we have either open arms counsellors or somebody else supporting that process. But we will look to reach out to families in this space.
You didn't reach out to the families, I think, in the proof of concept stage.
We didn't, no.
Now, turning to the subject of the initial engagement with veterans. And so someone leaves the Australian Defence Force and the department makes contact with them in some way. There seems to be two processes. One is a telephone call to the person, and that's for a particular group only, as I understand it, only those who've been discharged medically or discharged because of substance abuse. Is that correct?
So that might not even be the first contact, but certainly during the transition process, we proactively reach out to medical transitions and to those who are administratively transitioning due to substance or alcohol abuse concerns.
Now, and when you say reach out, how do you reach out to those three groups?
So two groups. Yeah,
sorry,
yeah, that's right.
Medical and substance. Medical is one.
Medical's one.
Substance and alcohol is another.
Yeah. So that's telephone, email, all manner of methods to maximise our contact.
And how many, what proportion of that group do you successfully contact?
So we have a strike rate, for want of a better term, of within the first month of receiving their names and contact details of 90%, and then that goes up to 98% in the second month.
In the second month. And is that by way of, is it an initial telephone contact, or is it letter first, or?
No, it's not letter. It is telephone or email, etc., depending on the type of contact information we receive.
There is a standard form letter that's sent.
There is.
Is that sent to also to the people, the medical and substance abuse discharge people?
It's sent to everybody who is transitioning. I would need to check whether we send that to those groups or because we have contact, we hand it to them, or what the process is, but the idea is it's for everyone.
The standard letter?
Yes.
Now, what happens with the medical and substance abuse people that you've had contact with?
What supports we give them?
Yeah, how do you ensure that they are okay?
So we have veteran support officers, as I mentioned, on ADF basis. They work with the individuals, hopefully with the family. They also liaise with member support coordinators units, the transition cell in defence, chaplains, whoever is supporting or involved in a veteran's transition process, or whoever might be of support to the individual who's transferring. So we help them understand or help them create a My Service account. So that's an online portal for DVA services and supports, if that's not already in place. If they have already had claims processed, we help them understand how to use their white card, or we help them through the claims process prior to transition. We make sure that they have all of their DVA business lined up before they transition out. Where they are identified as being at risk or vulnerable, the veteran support officers will also refer them in for additional case supports, so case management support.
Now, you're able to look at the contact that was made by the DV department with the people who've died by suicide.
We are.
And that's part of the root cause analysis.
It is.
And you'll very shortly look at the 9 deaths this year.
We will.
Now, what about the group that are discharged on a disciplinary basis or on an administrative discharge rather than a voluntary discharge?
So administrative, that alcohol and substance abuse is a category of that, but for other categories of administered transitions, we get notified of them at the same time as we get notified of voluntary transitions, which is a list of names provided to us by Defence on a 2-weekly cycle. So we won't know about them until they are nearly transitioned or just transitioned.
So you don't have any, someone who's being, is it okay to use the label a disciplinary discharge?
Not our terminology. You'd need to check if it's okay with Defence, but I understand what you mean, so yeah.
Now that group of people, they may well be disappointed about what's happened very disappointed about their life circumstances.
Yep.
Does DVA make any contact with that person?
They received the letter. I need to explain too that the transition cell in Defence is very good at making sure all transitioning members are aware of DVA services and supports. So we do get a lot of non-medically transitioned or non-administratively transitioning for substance and alcohol abuse. We get a lot of the others who do come to us voluntarily, and we support them in exactly the same way as we support those other two groups.
And you'll be able to see whether the nature of the discharge in the deaths by suicide.
I would need to check that. I don't know how much information we receive about some of those administrative discharges, whether or not we actually receive the nature as such, but we could check that.
Is there some better body of information that Defence could provide you, department, with about the nature of the discharge?
We've have a long discussion with Defence about what would help us and assist us in that space, and Defence are very accommodating where they can be, but there is always more information. If we could have more information, it would always be very helpful.
Has there been pushback at all from Defence on any occasion concerning the provision of this kind of information?
I wouldn't describe it as pushback. But there certainly are some privacy issues, etc., that have been a concern at both ends.
You speak of the success rate in terms of contact of, what was it, 98% in 2 months? What do you think the cause is of the non-contact, the 2%?
DVA suffers, I think, from a trust deficit with some serving and ex-serving members. It's something we are working hard to overcome, and I have heard our secretary say on many occasions, if you have been near us 5 years ago, please try again. We are a different organisation, but it's one of the factors that probably cause some people to not reach out. Also, transition is a very busy time. We might not be the highest priority on their list. Those who are medically transitioning do not always transition poorly either. Some of them transition well, and they may determine they do not need to see us.
How do you see the responsibility falling or being distributed between Defence and Department of Veterans Affairs on the transition process?
Joint.
Needing to do the process together?
Yes.
Is it happening together at the moment in a sufficient and appropriate way?
It is leaps and bounds from where it was 10 years ago, and the good faith of Defence since the last couple of years when they have been looking at the JTA has been very positive.
Now, just in terms of the people dying by suicide, have you got any information about points in time of these the last 2 years and 3 months, points in time relationship to transition?
We will have that, yes.
You don't presently have it?
If we've done the data gathering for all of these individual cases, we will have that.
Why does it have to be done en masse, as it were, and not focused on perhaps even the most recent cases to start with?
Certainly, I think the approach we will take is to work backwards from the most recent when we get into the process of actually conducting the adverse events analysis. At the moment, we are gathering as much data as we can whilst we get the team and all of the governance and the processes sorted and right, so that the team can then hit the decks running when all that is in place.
It's 1 July 2001 when the proof of concept was 2019, and then it took time to get funding.
Yep.
1 July 2021, you got some funding. And then how far along are we?
So we've got the team together. They've received their training. We are going through the processes. We have to get them signed off through our executive level governance arrangements. Once that's done, they will be ready to commence. So we've been doing all the data work in the background while that's happening, so they're ready to go.
And have you had any idea at the minute when the analysis of a particular case this year is going to start?
So the analysis has started in terms of the data gathering, but it will probably be April, May.
Before a case has started?
Before we really get into the approved process. Yeah.
Why so long?
It's something very new for us. We did do the proof of concept. We have tried to balance getting the team and the processes right with doing all the data analysis or bringing the data together. It is a large job to bring all that data together. DVA systems are not the most friendly systems in the world in terms of being able to interrogate them for information. We are doing as much as we can to do this as quickly as we can, but we are also very conscious that we want to get this right.
And you want to get it done, wouldn't you, as fast as you can?
As fast as we can.
And you'll endeavour to get the defence information concerning each of these individuals?
We will absolutely be seeking all information that we are able to seek within our legislative boundaries.
When do you believe you'll be able to provide the Commission with information about these analyses of the deaths by suicide this year?
The ones for this year, I off the top of my head, I'm not sure, but we can try to give you an indicative time frame. It is not a short process. It's a very in-depth and very considered process, and the ones that we did as the proof of concept, bearing in mind they were the first that we did, took several months each to complete. It was a labour-intensive approach.
Just in terms of contact with people and contact of all veterans, has the DVA contemplated making personal contact, that is by way of phone rather than email or letter, with everyone who leaves?
Everyone who transitions out of the ATF?
Yes.
So there are between 5,500 and at the moment 6,500 transitions a year. It is simply a resourcing issue for us. We are personally contacting the two groups, the administrative for substance and alcohol abuse and the medical transitions. They represent about a fifth to a quarter of the total number of transitions, and we are doing that with less than 30 staff. So it's a resourcing issue for us.
Resource and funding issue.
Absolutely.
And the department itself would prefer to make personal contact with these people?
Yes.
From a mental health and wellbeing perspective?
Yes.
Now, coming to awareness of DVA mental health services and the big area, the problem area of people who are veterans who are not engaging with DVA, not getting any services. How is that, from your deep experience, each of you in this area, how is that best improved?
Perhaps I should start with that one. We have tried many avenues of communication to raise awareness. I could talk about this for a very long time, so perhaps I might just theme it. We have been working with ex-service organisations. We push out information every month called e-news, which has a lot of information about DVA services and supports that they can use in their own publications to reach as many members as possible. We work with health providers. We have a health provider partnership forum which meets 4 times a year, where we provide the major associations with information about DVA services and supports with data, so that they can make sure and reinforce with their practitioners to question whether or not someone has served, so that potentially we can pick up additional people that way. We have also started are in the middle of working with the North Queensland Primary Healthcare Network to support GPs. Primary healthcare networks have online services in their local area that can be accessed through their own GP software, and North Queensland Primary Healthcare Network has been working with us to create a specific veteran page, so that GPs, if they ask, are you a veteran, can actually connect them with services and supports. We use all of the digital and social media, etc., to push messages out constantly. And we have just last year implemented DVA TV, which sounds grandiose, but it's a YouTube platform, and we are creating and have uploaded already videos, animations about DVA, our services, our supports, how to get in contact with us, what's available, but also promoting services, stories about individual veterans and their experiences. And we have a peer network. So these are 62 lived experience ex-serving ADF members or family members who also have had a mental health journey themselves, and they have a community engagement program that commenced in Townsville and has now been rolled out nationally, and they are out constantly talking and working with the veteran community, the ex-service community, but also with providers, etc.
Just to enable me to understand precisely the contact details that you have for the veteran population, the 640,000 or so veteran population. You're getting 98% response to people who are now leaving the Australian Defence Force.
Administratively substance and alcohol, and for medical transitions. That 98% related to those groups.
So how many, 98% to those groups, but what about the balance?
So the letter letter on transition goes to everybody who's transitioning.
Yep.
We also write now to everybody on enlistment as an initial contact.
Yes. So the 98% relates to a particular group, but what about the, what information are you getting back? What response are you getting back to the letter?
So how many are actually contacting us on the back of the letter? I believe it's about 40%, but I will need to check that for you.
Right. Are you following those up by way of telephone call when they haven't responded?
So in terms of that contact, that's contacting our veteran support officers on base, and they follow up, or they refer those individuals into other areas of the department for support.
But the ones who don't respond, are you following those up by telephone call? I understand.
No, that's the resourcing issue.
Issues. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, I'm sorry. I was in effect interrupting, but I just wanted to comment that there are a large number of veterans who never come to DVA, won't need DVA, and transition perfectly well into civilian life without engaging with DVA. So we would probably not have an expectation of ever connecting 100% of veterans with DVA's services. We have seen a very steep increase in the number of veterans connected to DVA since the commencement of our veteran-centric reform program, and also you made reference earlier to the legislation that brought into effect the Covenant and the Veterans Recognition Program. All of those things have had quite an exponential effect on the number of veterans connected to DVA, but ultimately we wouldn't expect everyone to seek services from DVA because they simply don't need them.
Or for another reason, they don't
trust us. That's also a
don't come to
possibility.
DVA. They simply
Yes.
don't come to DVA.
May I offer a different example?
Certainly.
So we recognise that there is a proportion of veterans who are not coming to DVA because of the trust deficit to which Ms Cameron earlier referred. So one of the ways we have been trying to explore reaching out to those people is indirectly, for example, through the Community Housing Industry Association, which is a association of providers of community housing, including to people who may have military service. So what we do is ensure that the providers have information about the supports and services available for veterans should they come across them in the course of their business, which would enable them indirectly to mention, you know, I see you're a veteran. There's some specific services and supports available to you. We've given the providers a toolkit which helps them point people in the right direction. So we are concerned about those people who are disenfranchised and disaffected and potentially needing help and support, and we're really open to trying other ways, whatever might work, of ensuring that they know what services and supports are available to them if they were to reach out.
A personal contact and saying something along the lines of, "Are you okay?" Do you see that of any value?
It can't hurt. Seriously, anything like that, it just comes down to resourcing and the ability to do that along with everything else that we do.
We've also instituted quite a lot of direct veteran engagement where we've brought groups of veterans into the department to help us understand all sorts of aspects of our interaction with them. For example, a group of veterans who are of Indigenous background talking about their experiences to us so we could better understand the journeys that they have experienced and ways we could improve services for them. Groups of people who had recently been discharged from hospital and the experiences they had and how we could help improve that for them. We have an ongoing forum with veterans, families and female veterans that explores issues from their perspectives. And the really important part of that is that we hear their stories directly, and our staff can hear in the room with them the experiences they've had, and we've used those to improve our processes and improve the experience that veterans have when they use the department's services. And that does help to break down the trust barrier as well, because they learn a lot about the department by participating, and the best way to get that information out is by word of mouth. So if those people can talk about those experiences and pass it on, that has been quite effective in helping to spread the news about what DVA can offer.
And of course, the fundamental ideas of a lifetime wellbeing and the whole of life approach. And I've asked you this previously, but if you've got any thoughts about that, very much appreciate your addressing those.
Yes, I'd be happy to speak to that, Council. Our concept of lifetime wellbeing is based on the work that was done by the AIHW and released in 2018, the Profile of Australian Veterans, where they designed a wheel that looked at a set of domains that cover all the elements that make for a successful life. We modified their wheel slightly and changed one of the segments. They had called it Justice and Safety. We changed it to Respect and Recognition, to incorporate the commemoration work we do, which is very important for the wellbeing of veterans. So there are 7 segments around that wheel, and supporting wellbeing across all of those domains not every aspect of every domain is the responsibility of DVA directly. We were talking about housing earlier as being one where we don't have direct service delivery, but we certainly work with providers of housing services to make sure that they're aware of veterans and their needs. In some other areas, such as finance and income support, we have a much more direct role. In terms of health, we are the purchaser and provider of health services to veterans. So each segment of the wheel, and I'm sure you've seen exhibits that relate to that, each segment, there's a combination of people who deliver to each of those, including, very importantly, the ex-service communities and the very many ex-service organisations that provide quite a range of supports to veterans and their families throughout that lifetime experience. And sometimes veterans would prefer to receive services from one of those organisations than necessarily to approach DVA. So it's an ecosystem that delivers around that full sense. We've referred to the concept of serving well, living well and ageing well, and that's the continuum that we look at. And in terms of the segments I was mentioning before, each of those people fits into a different part of the spectrum at different times, may come to us at particular times in their lives and then not seek services perhaps till later on. It just depends individually, and we see our job as supporting them throughout that whole continuum as and when they need us.
We'd be very interested in information early on as to the people dying by suicide who have not had contact with DVA. And I imagine that could come very quickly. You wouldn't need to do the intense analysis and gathering of data. You could simply cross-match the list that you've got of people with...
Yep, absolutely we could do that.
That could be done in a week or two, couldn't it? Or say 3 weeks.
We'll do it as quickly as we can, but yes, we can absolutely do that, Mr. Connor.
Thank you. Now, turning to Open Arms and the outcomes monitoring framework, there just seems to be a little bit of delay in getting this going. Why so slow? Why not earlier?
We have been a little slow out of the docks on that one. We have been through a tender process. Unfortunately, approaches to market sometimes take a little bit longer than you anticipate, but that has been finalised. We now have the Australian National University lined up to assist us with developing this, led by an epidemiologist. So what you will see from here will be much quicker than what it has been up until this point.
And when do we expect some information from that outcomes monitoring framework analysis?
We have a series of milestones with the ANU. We should start to see some initial analysis about what's possible, etc., in the next couple of months, and we hope to have further information about what it will look like, or what is recommended to look like, so that we can consider options towards the end of the financial year, perhaps a little bit after that.
Now, in looking at the people who have died by suicide, the 1,273 and the more recent tragic deaths, you'll also be picking up Open Arms interactions.
Absolutely. And Open Arms, as a health service provider, have been looking at those sorts of adverse events in terms of their own service for quite some time.
So that's already been done in part by Open Arms?
Only in terms of the Open Arms interaction.
So when did they do that, do you know?
They do it continuously.
They're deeply connected with the department, but they sit independently within the department, do they?
It's an unusual relationship in that way. They are part of the department, absolutely. They sit within the department, so they now report to me. But because of the nature of their business, providing direct healthcare services, we are extremely cognizant of the privacy of the veterans and families that they see. So there is that separation in that respect.
But Open Arms has already been looking at, in a sense, analysing deaths by suicide of persons.
In relation to the services that they provide.
How long has that been going on for, do you know?
I would have to get you specific information about that, but my understanding is it's been 4 years.
4 years?
No, 4 FOR, 4 years, not FOUR.
Sorry, 4 years.
Yeah.
So I follow. But no present idea, 5, 10?
I'd have to check that for you. I've only had them for 12 months.
Right.
Thereabouts.
So has the current national manager been national manager for a period of time?
No, the current national manager, Dr. Grant Pegg, he started with us in January.
And is the previous national manager still with the department in any way?
She is, but she's on secondment at the moment to Department of Health, doing very important COVID work.
Thank you. Now, do you see some way around the identification? Sorry, withdraw that. You don't want to have a list of people who are might be available to have completed appropriate training to deal with the military population. And I've read the reasons why. Have you approached the college about providing that's the College of Psychiatrists, about providing information on that?
Sorry, are you talking about the recommendation that deals with the trauma informed Phoenix? Yes. Yes. So we have actually, our Chief Health Officer and her team have approached several colleges about that.
About improving the information that's available on the college websites?
I think about a more extensive than that.
Where would the information be provided?
So not just provision of information, but actual actual training as well as just providing information.
It's very difficult for a GP to identify a psychiatrist in any field because I think there are 9 faculties or so within psychiatry, but if you go to last time I looked at their website was a year or so ago, but there was no identification of a forensic psychiatrist versus a paediatric psychiatrist, child psychiatrist.
So I'm sorry, I've probably provided you with information that you weren't seeking then, now that you've explained that further. So the Chief Health Officer has been talking to the colleges about what can be done with their actual curriculum to provide further information about veteran and military awareness, etc.
But there's a problem, it seems, about persons who can't have first contact with a person in trouble finding appropriate people to engage with.
Yeah, that's where the primary healthcare network project that I talked about is so important, because it is going to provide local information about how services and supports for veterans can be accessed through the primary healthcare network, and that can be accessed by GPs, and they are used to accessing information in that manner.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions on particular topics?
I think we probably do. Commissioner Brown?
Yes, indeed, I do have a few. I just wanted to go back to some of the earlier discussion, and I understand that a lot of attention has been given in more recent times to a focus on those who've died by suicide and looking at better understanding and responding to that. Mr. Connor asked the question, I think, of you, Ms. Hancock, about the whether or not you'd sought the information from AIHW after the publication of the 2016 report, 17 report, etc. And you essentially indicated that you weren't resourced in 2016 to be able to do the work that you've now got the resources to do. Can I just understand whether you sought resources at that time, as you have done in the most recent financial year?
We didn't seek resources in the beginning because the exercise was experimental. We wanted to see if the matching of the data in this way would actually deliver a result, which was us exploring the particular problem in front of us at that time, which was we didn't know the extent of the problem. So we started off on this exercise to see if the data matching would give us a better understanding of the size of the problem. And we're very relieved, frankly, to discover that it did, and that we can continue to improve on it every year is really, a testament to the expertise at AHW and their ability to access data. So we started off on one venture, if you like, which was trying to understand the size of the problem, and only gradually realised over time what a resource that is and the other purposes to which it can be put. At the same time, DVA was at that point, 2015, 2016, starting off on the veteran-centric reform transformation project, which really prompted us to start thinking about everything in a more veteran-centric way. That takes a couple of years to filter through an organisation, and the net result of the combination of those factors was we realised that this population health level resource that we had caused to be produced was actually useful at an individual level as well, and that's when we started trying to work out how to what the proof of concept might be and how to seek budget funding for that individual analysis. But certainly we as we thought about the factors that were being revealed in those early reports, about who is most at risk. Again, it's population level, obviously, but the reports tell us, it's younger people, it's men, it's people of other ranks. So we were getting some demographic data which was helping us to understand who was most at risk and to target our services and supports. Because of veteran-centric reform, we also started thinking at the same time about the implications of our own DVA processes. And there were a range of other inquiries and reviews along the way that really pointed us firmly in that direction of saying, we have all this information now at our fingertips. How can we best use it to improve our services and supports and understand the implications of how we go about doing our business for individuals as well as populations?
Thank you. Can I just go back a little bit in time and ask about the studies that were done in relation to the Vietnam veteran cohort? Because there were studies done in the 90s, which I think DVA funded, if I'm correct. I'm just wondering whether there was any, what the methodology was for that, and whether there was any opportunities at that point in time to say, hey, there's an issue here and we possibly should be following it through, because it seems we had something in the 90s and then, almost a decade or two of a gap, and then in the 2015-16 restarted this process. And it's been a slow kind of progression to get to where you are now, which is starting to look at the individual.
There have been a long series of health studies, Commissioner, including Vietnam, the African deployments of the mid-90s, East Timor in 2000. those cohort analyses obviously focused on operational deployments, and they told us some very specific things about the effects of that deployment for the individuals who deployed, and would certainly raise flags, I think, at the time and with the benefit of hindsight about the effects of deployment. There was a landmark study done by Defence about mental health prevalence in 2010, which may have been brought to your attention, which essentially raised the question about the effects of service on people who haven't deployed, which was a new dimension, I guess, on top of the previous studies of cohorts who had deployed. And I think that, and I'm conscious I might be talking from my own experience here because I came to DVA in 2012 as the inaugural head of the first mental and social health branch, and the prevalence report from 2010 was still very fresh and relevant at that time. And I think it did inspire a much harder look and a reinvigoration of our interest, not just in research relating to deployment, but about the mental health of people who have served generally.
And accepting all of that, I guess my point was that when you go back to look at some of those cohort studies like the Vietnam veterans, certainly my recollection, and I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong, but was that they did indicate, even in that cohort, an increased risk of death by suicide in veterans and indeed in veterans' children. But there seems to have been a lack of systematic kind of follow-up at the departmental level.
Yeah, I don't think I'm well placed to comment on it because I wasn't there at the time. I'm not sure if my colleagues...
May I comment on that, Commissioner? I think the department is a very different beast to what we were back in the 90s. In the 90s, we were in the process of divesting hospitals and moving out of direct service delivery, except for as the Vietnam Veterans Counselling Service as it was then. And I have been in DVA for a long time, and what I saw and experienced as a department back then is extremely different to the department that I work in today.
Certainly in 2012, Commissioner, the major dialogue was about the eventual closing down of DVA because it would be no longer required.
I got told that from the moment I walked in the door. Don't get comfortable, you'll be here to turn the lights off. That was 30 years ago.
Yes, we did hear, I think at the last hearing block, about the reduction in the FTE, also following a review that said the numbers were going to go down. Can I just ask a couple of other questions? One, and a little bit peripheral perhaps, but you did mention that the oversight of the Veterans' Mental Health Strategy occurred at the level of the Prime Minister's Advisory Group until it expired in June 2021. What other functions was the Prime Minister's Advisory Group serving that also expired in 2021 that perhaps haven't gone elsewhere?
The main role of the Prime Ministerial Advisory Council on Veterans' Mental Health was to provide advice to the Minister, the Prime Minister and the Government about issues relating to veterans' mental health.
And so where's that function now sitting, or that responsibility?
There isn't presently a formally constituted advisory committee which has taken its place.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask, in terms of, you talked before about the process that you're pursuing in relation to the governance of the adverse events analysis and the need to get that governance process signed off. Can I ask, is there lived experience input into that governance process?
There hasn't been lived experience input into the governance process as such, no. It will certainly be into how we conduct the process. At the moment, the governance, apart from getting, ticking off at appropriate levels, we really are trying to establish responsibility within the department for making sure that any recommendations are monitored and followed up. There would be nothing worse than not having that in place once we started. So,
I absolutely agree with that, but I also wonder whether having lived experience input into the governance process might help.
lived experience input always helps.
So is that something that you might consider?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And my last question just relates to the Coordinated Veterans Care Program. Are you able to give me a definition of who needs coordinated care? You said the eligibility is they kind of need coordinated care, but I'm not clear in my mind what that definition is. You gave the example of chronic pain and mental health, but what's the actual definition?
There's a technical definition which I would need to look up in order to ensure I was giving it to you correctly. In essence, it is a combination of comorbidities.
We might get that from you on notice. Thanks. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you. Excuse my ignorance, which I'm sure will be manifested many times, but is there a physical presence normally of DVA on major defence establishments?
We have a presence on 56 bases. They are on all major bases full time. Those are the major bases where they have transition cells particularly. On the smaller bases where there are a much smaller cohort, we visit those on a regular basis, but it's determined by the need of that basis at that base. So it could be weekly, fortnightly, monthly.
And do you find that a help in establishing a link with those who are transitioning?
Absolutely, absolutely. We conducted a trial called the Special Operation Forces Pilot that was mentioned this morning in Defence's testimony. We conducted that in partnership with Defence, and it gave us a lot of great recommendations, many of which spoke to trust, familiarity, and having a presence that is visible, which helps build that trust.
And are there plans to use those facilities in conjunction with the Joint Transition Authority?
Yes. We are already very much engaged in the JTA process and helping them understand our needs, our processes, but also working with what that will look like into the future.
The Primary Healthcare Network project, is that designed to operate in, say, regional areas as well as the capital city areas?
As I understand it, Commissioner, it already operates in those areas, so we would simply be adding a veteran component to what's already there, so it'd be very familiar to
So I've
GPs.
certainly heard several times from some of the witnesses we've seen that they feel a lack of access to medical treatment with sufficient knowledge of the particular problems of veterans.
Yeah.
Especially in regional areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. I think it was Ms Cameron that said earlier that the DVA data systems are not the most friendly in the world. Could you please just expand on that? What are the problems?
So the systems are designed for specific purposes, and they were not designed to make life easier for my staff in terms of the access of the information that we need to draw out for these adverse events analyses, which was what I was referring to it when I answered that question.
I'm still not clear.
So they don't necessarily have fields that capture the data that we need to capture. Some of the information about, for example, suicide attempts or suicidal ideation are in notes. So it's a very labour-intensive process of trying to find some of the information that we require.
Is it the search capacity that's not strong?
It's the search, but it's also, it's the data that goes in and the fields that are actually populated, because the IT systems have not been designed for the purpose for which we are trying to use them now. They're there to process claims or process payments for healthcare providers, etc.
So they're not helpful to analysis of trying to understand.
They're minimally helpful.
Minimum. Okay. Thank you. Just another question, and I think we've asked this of others as well, but I don't think we've had an answer yet. In relation to veterans working in DVA, obviously, I think we'd all agree that's something that would be beneficial, having vets being the ones on the other end of the phone. Are you any of you able to shed any light on that? Perhaps how many there may be, what percentage, and what programs are in place to try and increase or enhance that number?
I'm happy to provide some information, but tomorrow's panel from 11:30 to 1:30 will include our Chief Operating Officer and Chief Financial Officer, and in particular the COO would be able to speak to the programs we have in place, but we do have veteran-specific recruitment programs running at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, could I just ask one supplementary? You mentioned before the Special Operations Forces pilot, and said that it generated a number of recommendations. Is that actual pilot still continuing?
No, that stopped. And what's replaced it is our on-base presence. So we have built on that. And rather than, the pilot was conducted at Campbell Barracks in WA and Holsworthy in Sydney. And we now have built on that, as I said, on 56 bases across Australia. So the pilot itself has ceased. It's now BAU, I guess.
Was it the same methodology?
Same methodology in terms of how we were delivering services. By and large, yes. Very little difference, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Anything arising?
Just a couple of minor matters. You've spoken of a change, particularly Ms. Cameron, of a change in the nature generally of DVA. Is that to capture some of that change in high-level abstractions? Is it the case that the department has become more concerned about deaths by suicide amongst members?
I think the department has probably always been concerned, but it has been a very considered transformation, particularly in the last 5 years, of trying to move the department to one that is very veteran-centric, who a better understanding of the military experience, better understanding of the impact of trauma, etc.
To come to Professor Brown's questions about the early material, and there's volumes of it. You're going back into the 90s and 2002, and there's this extensive, it's 151 pages, a review of the Australian Defence Force Suicide Prevention Program conducted in 2012. And yet the Department of Veterans Affairs is barely moving in response to deaths amongst the other group, the veterans. Isn't that the case?
I don't think it's correct to say we are barely moving. Would we have all wished that it had happened a lot sooner? Absolutely. But the momentum I think that we have over the last few years and where we find ourselves now is all-encompassing across the department.
May I add something, Council, which is now just flown out of my head now that I've opened my mouth. We've invested a lot and focused a lot on the social determinants of wellbeing, which are the flip side to suicide prevention. In other words, we've invested and focused on supporting the wellbeing of veterans across the board. because we know that that is suicide preventive in itself inherently. And we could speak at some length about the work we've done in that regard, time permitting, but certainly that's more been our focus than investigating individual cases of suicide, but to understand the broad dimensions of it and to invest in prevention by supporting wellbeing across the board.
Sorry, I've just got to ask one question here. How can you possibly understand it if you don't study individual cases and what caused them?
I agree, and that's the direction we're moving in now, but
It hasn't happened in the past.
It hasn't happened in the past.
Thank you.
It is also the case that, related to the point I was making earlier this afternoon, DVA as an organisation has a particular legislated remit, and we are required to deliver on that. So our claims processing business, the arrangement for health treatment, our commemorations activities, we're obliged to deliver those by government. We are very concerned about any death by suicide, whether it's amongst the population that we know or that we don't know. We're concerned at a population level and we are concerned at an individual level. It is much harder for us to understand about the people that are not connected with us. We're really keen to work out how we can understand more, because we're concerned about every client in crisis, every death by suicide. We're not presently resourced. As I said, we don't necessarily have the appropriate legislative authority to do that, but of course we would like to, and we are moving in that direction as fast as present resources allow.
Sorry, can I ask a question in relation to that? Given the concern you've expressed about all deaths and the desire to know more and to be able to respond better, and acknowledging what you say about the limitations that you have, both resources and legislative and authority, has the department sought to bring that issue to government's attention and sought additional authority or additional funding or a change to the legislation in order to be able to effectively look at all of those deaths?
We do, and we have. So, for example, some of the steps we've talked about today are us doing exactly that, seeking funding for the adverse events analysis, putting a statement about veterans' wellbeing into the legislation for the Veterans Covenant. So we do seek to do what we can, but I wouldn't want to suggest for a moment that work was anything other than getting underway. And we've made some small steps, but there's so much room for improvement still.
Thank you.
Mr. Connor?
I don't have the label in my head, but there is a document, I believe, for departments that describes the field of executive governance. There's such a document for the
governance chart, committees and stuff. Yes, I believe there is a document which sets out our governance structure. Is that?
No, it's more the domains that the department is involved in, stepping away from the legislative function, but the domains of the department.
So the full veteran environment, is that what you mean?
I thought there was a document that departments of government have that's at high level and doesn't descend into legislation, but looks at the frame, the charter, as it were, of the department.
I couldn't answer that. I would need to take that back to the department and,
The annual reports set out the functions of an agency and how they fit together and what is delivered. I'm
You
not
said
sure.
all deriving from legislation, though, for each of you.
Well, we can't
Commissioner,
expend
can I
money.
invite my friend to perhaps think about what it is he really wants and put it in writing to us, and we will get it?
That I accept Mr. Fordham's suggestion.
Thank you. Are there any matters arising? No. Thank you. Mr. Fordham?
Yeah, no questions. I do have an inquiry through the commissioners, which is my friend pulled a document out of a folder and used it as the basis of a question. Was that part of the tender bundle? And if so, which number is it? Just a moment ago. I just want the tender bundle number.
DEF.1000.8002.9688.
Thank you.
Just in terms of the summons to appear, might Miss Hancock and Miss Cameron be released from those summonses? And Miss Pope is present tomorrow.
Thank you. You're released from your summons, and thank you for your evidence today. And Ms. Pope, we'll see you tomorrow.
You will.
If there's nothing else, we might adjourn for the day till tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Sorry, Mr. Fordham.
No,
yeah,
I
nothing.
was just standing up to be polite.
We'll adjourn till tomorrow morning then, 10 a.m.
The Royal Commission will adjourn until Wednesday, 16th of March at 10 a.m.